these people market their services on TikTok. You'll see them on mostly on TikTok and Instagram. Before and after videos, and there's also I would like to hear from Ismail Luta himself that there's that form you sign for those people who have never been to surgery. There's a form that you sign that you say, okay, it's called a waiver, where you say, okay, for me, nimekubali kwenda chini at the blade, and whatever happens, happens. I think there's that form. So how do you go to a cosmetic, like, I don't know. So here it's a utepetevu on both sides. The government on its side in terms of licensing. Opening a hospital is not like opening a business that you get a BR12 and you start a business. No. It's a whole uko na barua clearances. Sijui nani amekuclear, sijui nani anafa kukuclear. All these people have to clear you before you even think about getting into opening a hospital. KMPDC, Pharmacies and Poisons Board. Right now, the insurance Ministry of Health has to have a letter of view. In fact, you have to also have a business permit. Of course, the county has to be there. All of this, you have to be registered with NITA. You have to be registered with the NSSF, of course, for you to remit for your staff. So all of these are going to that. So you can't tell me all these organizations did not catch these people on the gate. So there's somebody who caught them by the gate, and when they caught them by the gate, what did they do? They decided, wacha tucheze chini. And that is what I think happened. Walicheza chini, and that is what is happening right now. Somebody's blood is spilled again. And it will happen again and again and again, until we decide it's not worth it. And these accidents, when it comes to cosmetic accidents, they're not happening here in Kenya alone. It's not like it's new enough in Kenya. There are people who have also had this and they botched, surgeries. But sasa sisi hapa kwetu, what is that? Why would someone with a license for a clinic anataka kunani? So Ismail is saying it's raining on his side, he can't speak. (14 minutes past 7 East African time). It's a town hall. Tunaongea roho kwa roho, we are discussing various issues, and that's why we call it our town hall, where Kenyans come and tell us what they have in their hearts. I believe we have a lot of things going on, and at some point we need to have a vent space where people just come and speak their heart, and this is it. Hapa hivi tunajaribu kupatia watu chance ya kuongea kuhusu what they have seen and what is happening in the country. Of course, don't get me started on that fake exam. Okay, it's actually not fake. So what I saw in the news item was that these directors decided exam ya last year. You know what people do in the clubs? Ikibamba sana unarudia. So I think they had not been registered with the NEC, and they did not tell the teachers, the parents. So they went and brought the same exam that was done last year, so that the students could do it this year. So when the students went home, the students were told, msiseme kitu yote imefanyika. But it looks like the kids had already revised this one. And of course, watoto wezi danganya. The kids went and said, hey, mom, ni kama tulifanya past paper. So on further prodding, they found out that indeed the kids had done an exam that was non-existent. So it's a conundrum now for them. Should they do another exam? Watamakiwa nini? Unajua? So anyway, that is Zeto wonders that we'll always never cease hapa hivi. Request the microphone and talk to us. This is Homeland and PP comes to you each and every weekday from 4 p.m. all the way to 9 p.m. East African time. Something interesting Japonji has mentioned, right? That he got a chance to be a military guy, but he chose to move out. Why? Well, utaki mambo ya duftwaf.
Peter. So this is one. So like the normal university model in Kenya. So you do your 3 years, 4 years hapo, alafu kuna kuanga na ile internship. So during this time, we were like pioneers kwa hii field ya sports science and management. So when we reached fourth year, we were looking for opportunities, the internship. Then we realized we started with like almost 870 students per year. Wengine walifail along the way, wengine wakachange courses to become and all that. As we stayed, because we were like, this is what we were picked for and this is what we are good at. Iko na sciences kadhaa hapo zenye tunaelewa. So we got kila mtu alipata like 5 opportunities za intern and these interns were paid for. Alafu one of our professors alikuwa like the only thing me iliniturned down, I was like the breadwinner of the family and ile pesa tulikuwa tunataka kupewa that time ilikuwa unajua ni pesa ya jeshi and all that, sijui lazima ukae sijui 7 months hizo 8 months sijui basic train all that. Mi hiyo time as a pioneer na mtu alikuwa focus, nikasema mimi saizi my friends joined, they're there in the military, some of them saizi ni kama wako higher ranks, which is okay, it took them some time, I respect that. Wengine walienda police kiganjo. Me I took the mandate of the research, tulienda huko kufanya research, kuangalia the methods of training. So we realized that ile training yenye PDF na Kenya police they're going through hawana ile strength yenye minimum requirement. For example, in the research, these were like classified papers that time, but after 10 years inakuanga unclassified. So we realized like the Kiganjo police ile training wanafanya, wanachukuanga tu athlete anaweka hapo, wanakimbia 3M 2M, that's the training, alafu gun all that. There is no other training. That's why police wakitoka nje wanakuanga tu gain fat, unajua they can't run most of them unless they're athletes. So we came up with a lot of solutions around that, kuja na training facility and all that. Mimi sikuingia kwa military, mi nilienda option ya sports management and all that and physiotherapy hizo that line, unajua juu I wanted job, unajua. So third year nikapata intern job which was paying well, unajua, in Kenya. So I was nikaingia sasa ile unaenda shule unafanya job part time, unajua, juu I had to pay bills, unajua. So and then after that fourth year, fifth year hapo, unajua tukamaliza course. By fifth year all of us tulikuwa na jobs kwa Ministry of Sports hapo, wengi walikuwa Ministry of Health, Ministry of Sports like district sports officer hivyo. Mi sikutaka hizo nini juu I had a very high purpose or vision. So mi nikapata job. I was managing one of the biggest club in private club for mostly MPs wanaenda in Kenya, but ile post election violence things happened and so me hiyo nikafly nikatoka Kenya, then I opted for UAE, then that's where I am now, but I to Kenya every 6 months. So that's what happened, unajua. So what I'm trying to say is there is no like professional body that regulates things like sports professionals. For example, saizi hata ukienda Kenya, I can tell you that utafute tu train hapo social media, alafu anakutrain, alafu you ask this guy basic questions, ajui, unajua, nutrition. And see, that's why in countries like Kenya, unapata mtu ako so much on underrated trainers. Hizi problems zote za nyash na hizo cosmetic surgeries, they can be solved by good trainers who are informed. 90% of those cases, get. So that's why I was bringing so me, I'm trained to prevent you from going to the doctor. Mambo ya nutrition, diabetes, hizi vitu zote, these are like health conditions. They're not even diseases. These are things you can control by diet and fitness. Unajua. So that's where I come from. Doctor lazima ngoje ukue mgonjwa ndio akutibu, and otherwise ukienda OC and you think you're sick, so utapelekwa psychiatric ward or whatever. So that's where I come from. So that's my passion, my life, helping people not to go to doctors by becoming fit, healthy, and healthy choices, unajua. So me, I'm like anti-liposuction unless it's mandatory, like umefika ile weight ya 250 kilos ama 180, but mtu wako 65, 70, wengine wanaenda liposuction wako like 90 kilos. This is just discipline, diet and eating well. Mtu anafanya liposuction after 4 months tena amegain weight, unajua. So that's where I come from, unajua. I wish there was a forum where we can talk about this only, unajua, because it's a very wide topic. Very, very wide. Thanks, man.
Thank you, Japonji, for also painting a picture of that, of that issue of lipo and all that. Nani ameshare. Unajua watu hawajui. And he actually has the guts to delete my tweet and post his. Wow. My God. Watu wa aina gani hawa? Anyway, you're listening to Home Run PP 22 minutes past the hour. Ismail Luta, mvua imepungua?
We pipi ni aje?
Ni poa na kusikia.
We hii story tumekubali. We have weaker systems in health. We have scrupulous people who register their spa stroke their clinic to do one thing but also do a different thing. But I liked your point when you say that people die in this cosmetic surgery not only in Kenya, but we have also had cases in Spain. There was a former Nigerian president whose wife traveled from Nigeria to Spain to do the same procedure, but later died in a registered clinic by a registered profession, well trained. So the issue is that any surgery usually has some risks, whether in a clinic corner or whether in the John Hopkins Hospital in US. Any surgery will have some risk. That's why you usually have to sign the consent to show that you went there willingly. So my point is, can we change our mind so that we don't have to reach to these clinics, whether registered or not, whether in Kenya or in Spain? Can we shift? Can we have a mind shift, a paradigm shift, the way we see our beauty, so that we don't even reach at the doors of those clinics, even if it's the best of the best plastic surgeons will be handling it. Why am I saying so? Let's just use the simple example ya kujitoboa masikio. You come in January unapata mrembo amejitoboa masikio mara moja, in February ametoboa mara mbili, by December unaona ametoboa mara 4. It's becoming addictive. Unazuba ameenda ametoboa mapua, ukizuba kidogo ametoboa kitovu, ukizuba tena ametoboa kwa juu hapo kwa karibu na clitoris. Sasa tu ni mrembo anajitoboa na hajatoboa maisha. So what's causing this mrembo to be putting holes in her body? It's something psychologically. Because kama ni beauty, ukitoboa mara moja masikio tunaelewa. You can have earrings and you'll be beautiful. But what necessitates you to have like 6 holes running along your ears? Mzee. Then to the nose, then to the tongue, then to the navel, kitovu. After your drama yote, then you put it to the clitoris. And pipi, if you have ever kissed a girl with mwenye amejitoboa, some even go to the lips. Mzee, jamaa ameka ring, manze amejitoboa kwa lips bana, ameka ring. Pipi, if you have ever kissed such a lady, it's painful, especially you haven't kissed for a long time, then you meet such a lady, then you kissed her. You can end up injuring your tongue, bwana, in some of these things. So I don't want to be very graphic, but some of these things may even injure the male partners. They may cause more harm than good. So what is the psychological issues underlying these things of chasing beauty? I think that's what we need to talk. If we can talk about that, then we prevent even people from reaching those clinics, stroke spas, stroke beauty parlors. It will be good so that we can have a healthy society whereby through natural food and natural exercise, the way the previous speakers succinctly put it, it will be beneficial. Wewe hizo drama zote sijui makucha za plastic, now you keep on scratching our backs, causing us trauma bwana, causing us scars in our bodies. What for? We just want simple ladies with their natural hair, with their natural color, as simple as that. But hizi vitu za kuweka fake nails bwana, sijui kulikuwa na operation nyingine hapo alikuwa anasema Brazilian buttock race, sijui boob job. Hizi vitu zote jamani, hii kierere yote, is it because of us? No, it shouldn't be because of men. This is your problem. As a lady, this will be a you thing. Because for us, we don't care. Kama hiyo matiti imelala na umenyonyesha watoto, we appreciate you the way you are. So hii mambo sijui ya Brazilian buttocks. So Brazilian buttocks, hata ukikuwa kwa nyumba, si hata utakuwa umesimama kila saa tunaona hiyo rasa. So you'll be seated down bwana. You know, hii mentality ya walevi, matako kubwa, hiyo ni mentality ya drunk people. Sisi we appreciate you the way you are, the way you are patient. Shida siku hizi ni every girl outside here, girls are becoming pretty and prettier, but they are becoming less patient, foolish, and difficult to live with. So why can't we also concentrate on the spiritual aspect? Yani ukiangalia picha za 2000, picha za 1980, 2010, ukompare na picha za 2024, the Kenyan lady is becoming prettier and prettier and prettier. So sahi yani ukitembea Nairobi, kila dem manze ameweza. Ukipinduka right, ukipinduka left, mbele, nyuma, kila dem ameweza. Hata wasenye wanaenda klabu wanachanganyikiwa msee. So with these pretty ladies mzee, ama baby girls wote, but living with them now is difficult compared to 1980, 1990, 2010. Sahi sasa ni ngumu even living with these people. Why? So as even we are improving our physicality and the beauty, and you know it can be addictive, can you also, there's so much you can do on your beauty. But now, can you also take a few time and boost our spirituality, boost our ethos and ethics, be a bit patient with life, so that we can form some very beautiful families? Because even with the modern pretty lady, a lot of divorces are happening. People are not very satisfied. So, then my last point, the problem with beauty is that ukichukua dem mrembo anze kuishi na yeye after 3 months, hata wewe huo notice. Ni mabeshi tu ndo anakuambia msee, manze uliweza, manze uliangukia kitu. So zako ni zile za thanks. But wangejua shida yenye napitia ku maintain hiyo beauty, ku maintain hizo manywele, ku maintain hizo makucha msee. Wangesema hivyo. So with the time hata unangi hiyo beauty. But for example, kutane na dem moja siku moja unafikiri ni ugly, alafu unamweka kama friend tu, alafu mnaanza kuzoeana. That issue ya ugliness also usually disappears. You become fond of the lady. In fact, many people end up marrying such lady, ugly quote unquote, because there's no ugly woman. I repeat, there's no ugly woman. Ni pesa tu ndio inawanga mwanamume ana, but hakuna demu ugly. So this is relatively. Also, I have to put this disclaimer before niokotwe. So my issue here is there's a problem within that we need to solve, so that we can solve that issue problem without. That through achieving some internal peace, as a lady, as a man, we wouldn't need that externalities. The same with us men. We kill ourselves taking drugs so that we can elongate our sexual time. Any sex duration between 5 minutes to 15 minutes is within the physiological normal. I will repeat. Any sexual duration between 5 minutes to 15 minutes is within the normal physiological. So if you are sitting there 1 hour, digging and drilling, what is it that you are doing bwana? Who do you want to prove? Utakwambia nani we ni star? Ushaiona kuna trophy ya sawa kudinyana? Hakuna. So unataka kuprovia nani yani sasa ati wewe ndio bingwa your area? Mse, nobody cares. Give your 5 minutes honest work, give your 10 minutes honest work, give your 15 minutes honest work. Let's go and build the nation. We have Vision 2030 to do. We have Africa's Agenda 2063. We need to achieve these things. So these issues that the vagina is like a sea. You can't swim and cross it. Huwezi ogelea bahari
Siku hizi
ukamaliza.
hauna nani kabisa.
Utakufa mzee. Sasa unajua inabidi saa zingine uongee kwa lugha wa Kenya mzee. Sasa wacha tuongezeza kwa lugha ya Kiswahili sanifu. Mambo ya mapenzi ni kama bahari jamani. Hilo shimo ni kama bahari, hauwezi ogelea ukalivuka bahari ukafaulu. Utakufa hapo ndugu yangu. Sasa tuache kutumia madawa kama Viagra kuongeza uledi wetu. Tulieni jamani, vijana wazee watulie. Wengine wako na maradhi ya moyo maskini na bado wanameza hizi dawa zinaomaliza. Sasa tujiangalie ndani, kwa sababu saa zingine kuna hizi shida za nje, lakini ni kwa sababu kuna imbalance within. So if we sort this imbalance within, it can really help us have some settled life and have a balanced view about life. We have a lot of things to do rather than just sitting there pretty. A peacock, if a peacock is pretty, we appreciate it. But a human, one day you could be pretty, the other day you are not pretty. This aging process is occurring. So also let's agree with these things. Otherwise we'll just be fighting nature, fighting nature, fighting nature. Finally, for a man, when you are a youth, the penis is facing the heavens. When you proceed 40 to 45, the penis is facing forward.
Man, speak,
When you
speak for
proceed far,
yourself.
it will be...
Speak for yourself.
Disclaimer, in general, towards the old age, it's facing the ground. Maybe also noticing you where you are going, that you are going to the ground at the end of the day. So, when you are youth, unamuka tu hapo high school mzee, 30s, 40s, morning mood mzee, naturally. But as we age, different things occur, bwana. And even our physiology changes. So we need to appreciate these things. Otherwise, we'll be killing ourselves, searching for beauty, but internally we are broken. Thank you.
Wacha nicheze kwanza nani nitwaje jingo. Naongelea sijui heaven earth sijui kama mnajuanga hii show inasikizonga.
Social conversations, engaging topics on your phone anywhere. This is Home Run with Pippi.
You guys have really taken a advantage of this week that I've lost my voice. Mmeamua kusema kila kitu kwa show because I cannot even make you stop. Thank you so much, Japonji, for tipping the show. Muhija, how are you doing?
I'm doing fine, Pipi. How are you?
Niko poa kabisa, nashukuru. Habari za huko hivi kwenu? Kunanyesha?
Huku kwetu weather leo imekuwa gloomy kuanzia asubuhi. It's raining now.
Heri nyingi. Mimi nimefua alafu kukanyesha kidogo.
Wanasema weather kama hiyo, you just know it portends something bad. It's gloomy the whole day. Hiyo joy sijui ya kuapisha Kindiki, there's nothing like that here.
Hawakuleta watu wa kamera huko?
I don't know. Sijaenda town leo, maybe kama walipoka, but siko sure. Though people walikuwa tu na nini zao, normal shugulis. I didn't see anything like people are happy or what. No.
Okay, so talk to us. What are your thoughts on basically what is going on?
Yeah. Today I've seen there are so many things, but I digress a bit, but still remain on the point. You know, Pipi, when you are a patient or when you are a practitioner, a doctor, kuna hii model walikuwa wanafunza nayo medicine ya kitambo, ilikuwa inaitwa the biomedical model. So you look at the symptoms when a patient comes to you na anasema I have a headache. So you know a headache, unampatia Panadol ama painkiller, then unamwambia ende nyumbani. Then another patient anakuambia my tummy is hurting, then unatafuta Actol or whatever, unampatia. Another one anakama anakwambia niko na pain ya kichwa or whatever, unampatia pain medication. Ilikuja ikafika mahali ikaonekana that model is not working for patients, ndio sasa ka move to the patient centered model, ile unaangalia the underlying causes. Ukikuja uniambie kichwa inakuuma, na I have to investigate, nianze kujua kichwa inakuuma why. So I think problem ambayo tuko nayo Kenya, and I think the very first time I talked to you on this space, nilikuambia ishi ya mambo na reductionism ambayo tunapenda kuangalia symptoms, like things are complex, but you want to look at them from a simple perspective. And I think your problem ndio inatusumbua sana hapa Kenya sahi. Hatuangaliangi vitu from that complexity science, tunaziangalia from cause effect. For example, that's what tuna clamor for change from 25th June. Umesikia watu wakifloat around issue ya mashinani, civic education mashinani. And I just tell you that thing is very wrong, kwa sababu we assume that because you have poor ama bad governance, ukienda mashinani na upatia watu civic education, 2027 kutakuwa na good governance. It doesn't work that way. Ama Gachagua ni mbaya, anaongelea mambo ya Mrima and all those things, nako tribal, so solution ni kumtoa, lete Kindiki. Na nimeona watu wakiuliza, na will Kindiki coming in solve all the problems we have in Kenya? It won't solve. Why? Because tunapenda kuangalia things from the face value. We never take time kuangalia vitu from within, to interrogate systems. Kama sasa hata yule msichana wa Laipo huyu mwenye amekufa, tunasema daktari alikuwa quack. So I think we are going to run with that story kwamba daktari alikuwa quack, and then it ends. Nothing will happen. Maybe atachishwa kazi then, but we will not dismantle those systems, bado zitakuwa tu. Then maybe in a few years ama in a few months kutakuwa na another case, same case, then tutasema maybe something will happen, then we just move on like that. So I think pipi maandika hapa the Kenya I want a Kenya ambapo watu they think critically. Unaangalia issue, unaanza ku make connections, like unakuwa seriously, unakaa chini, unaanza ku reason. Kama saa hii tunasikia msijui wanataka kuleta military bases. Unajua walianza kitambo hizi mambo, wanauza airport, wameingilia food systems, unapata wameingilia agriculture, wameingilia healthcare. Unajua hizi vitu zote ziko connected pipi. For example, wakiwa food systems na utakuwa na chakula yako mwenyewe, inamaanisha utaanza kurely kwa au big farms, wale watu wako na big farms, wale wana produce in large scale, watakuwa na supply food. Watakuwa na supply food gani? Watakuwa na supply GMOs, other things that they are not even healthy. Then what happens? Inaharibu your health. Now what happens? Kuna shift ina function? No, it doesn't function. So what happens next? Hakuna education, ndio unamaliza. Meaning hata kutrain madaktari ama health workers itakuwa ngumu. So when you connect these things, unaanza kurealize what is going on. Unaanza kupata picture what is going on. Lakini ukiangalia those things, all of them from isolation, there's no way you are going to realize ama huwa wanasema tuna inject then tunakasirika then tukuje kwa street. But huwezi uka inject in isolation. Lazima hizi vitu zote uweke pamoja. Hata ukikuja huko nyumbani kwetu, when I talk to people, I always tell them, I connect things. Nawaambia kitambo mlikuwa mnapata pesa mingi kwa sugarcane farming, ndio I think main source of income huku kwetu. Lakini sasa imeharibika kabisa, haifanyi kazi completely. Hadi nimeona wamesign hiyo bill leo, ni I don't know what will happen, but hiyo ni kama imekufa. Unless you have more than 10 acres of sugarcane, then it becomes a useless venture. Hakuna hata haja ku venture in that business. Now most people look wamekuwa rely on that kusomesha watoto and all those things, but now it's coming to a point yenye hawataweza na CBC it's very expensive. Kama sasa nilikuwa naangalia fee statements za wale wenye wataingia grade 7 next year in a local school. I just stay next to a school. Hiyo shule ni local school. Fees yao itakuwa not less than 7,000 shillings per year. So that school fees, I include vitabu na uniforms. Then ukiangalia wale na join from 4 next year ni day school, haitakuwa less than 15,000. Already business zao za miwa zimekuwa killed. Hakuna pesa wanaenda kupata. Now, people, can you imagine what is going to happen in the next 10 years? Society itakuwa imecollapse. But then we are just looking at these things casually. Tuna assume tu, these are just normal things. We talk about them for a while. Tunasahau something comes up. Then tunaongea tena. Tunasahau something else comes up. Yani tuko too busy. Tunasahau tena. Tunaendelea tu hivyo. But you know, these things, people, they are cumulative. Zinaanza kuaccumulate. Na ukianza kufracture your systems, huwezi karibu system mara siku moja ama siku mbili. Unaanza tu polepole. Na hapa kwetu wameanza tu kudestroy hizi systems zetu polepole tu. Then cumulative utajipata mahali ambapo hatuta survive. Then nasikia mtu anasema mimi nitaenda kutafuta kazi ng'ambo. It's okay. But sasa sisi wote hatuwezi tukaenda kutafuta kazi ng'ambo. Na pia ukiangalia huko ng'ambo, they have their own challenges. Kama US saa hii, naweza nikasema social fabric ya US, it's collapsed, it's broken completely. Yeah, systems zao zina work because they have strong system, they are working, but that's not a place you want to stay for the rest of your life. Anything can happen. You rather have your home, iko sawa, umeitengeneza iko sawa. In case anything happens, you come back to your home. And I always say, kama mimi ni mwizi, there's no way I'm going to steal from my village mates. I'll go steal very far away. Ndio kitu kinipata huko, I have somewhere to run to. But now we steal from your village and then kitu ifanyike. Where do we run to? So we can run away from our country, but then siku moja kitaharibika. So where are we coming back to? Na nyumbani kutakuwa kuharibika. So I want to implore those who are here. Tafadhali tuanze kuangalia issues, not just simple issues that zina happen. Kitu kihappen, let us kuwa watu wale tunajaribu kuinterrogate hizi connections ziko wapi, kwa sababu economy ina connect na healthcare, ina connect na social systems, ina connect na so many things. Na ukibreak one of them, sini system, anything happens. Kama kwa mwili huwa wanasema mkono ikiumia, you feel the entire body is suffering. So system economy ikiumia, everything else suffers. Healthcare ikiumia, everything else suffers. So I think the Kenya I want ni ile Kenya ambapo people wanaanza kumake connections, wanaanza kudraw connections, kwamba nikifanya hii kitu, niangalie implications za hii kitu zina affect aje the entire system, not just today, but even tomorrow and in the future. So I think tukifanya hivyo, get to a point where tumeanza kueducate watu wameanza kuelewa. Mtu anajua shida yangu ina connect hivi na hivi na hivi na hivi. Lakini ukiambia mtu shida yako ni Ruto aende. Na mtu anashangaa, Ruto hata maybe ananisaidianga na nini? So mtu atakwambia Ruto anisaidiangi, akue asikue sijali, kwa sababu hajaelewa kwamba zile policies ambazo Ruto anatengeneza na government yake zinamuaffect. So you have to explain to that person, aelewe kabisa, ajue how these things are connected. I think pipi hiyo tu nilikuwa nataka kushare. Just stick around. Nikikuwa na anything else, I will also share. Thank you.
Asante sana Muhija also for talking to us hapa hivi kwenye show. 7:45 p.m. East African time. It's Friday, guys. I hope you're doing well wherever you're listening in from.
You are listening to Home Run with Pipi. Weekdays from 4 p.m. to 9 p.m.
I have a new stupid rule. If you want to be a a speaker on Home Run at PP X space, you have to be our YouTube channel subscriber. So I hope if you're on the speaker panel right now, you have subscribed to HRWP on YouTube. Just search that HRWP. You don't have to search a whole sentence, and you find our channel. Make sure you subscribe and watch the latest video there explaining what just happened. It's called Just a Minute Wakili, a new segment that I'm bringing up where we will be asking legal questions to legal experts. So lawyers, and also if you are a legal expert that wants to be involved in Just a Minute Wakili, reach out to me and we can organize a day so we can have a sit down and dive into the law. So as I said, as we are looking at all these things, we have to ask ourselves, what role are you playing? Are you the complainer or are you the doer? Let's hear from General China. Japonji, you had something to say?
Yeah, I just saw some news that hawakuwa wamepatikana sijui Tanzanian border. Yep.
Yes. We had broken that news like a few minutes ago, but yes, she has been found. She was reportedly found at someone's gate, and the person brought her to hospital. Yes, so we are waiting for the dad to give us a full report. We don't want to speculate first.
Thanks.
Okay, General China, talk to us.
Yeah, thank you, Pepita, for the chance. I hope you guys are doing good. With us also, we are pushing what we have to push on because we are in this revolution, and it's our mandate to make things come all right. So I'm so happy I had today, at least I had a news about Maverick, because there were a lot of insinuation that maybe she has been murdered or whatsoever, but it's true now. Everything has been revealed that she is alive, but still detained by this rogue regime. But yeah, one thing we have to appreciate, like these guys, they don't like anyone speaking the truth. They will reach you in any way they have to.
Your mic is muted, General China. General China, is there? Vitalis, can you hear me? While you try to connect to General China. You come out of Vitalis Amanda. Mohija, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I think it's General China who has a network issue. General China, kama unaweza refresh your mic and talk to us, of course. We'd like to hear your submission hapa hivi kwenye town hall meeting yetu hapa hivi ya leo. Shout out to everybody who's tuned in. Of course, Home Run PP comes to you each and every day from 4 p.m. all the way to 9 p.m. East African time. And hey, Leo ndo nimerealize you need to have somebody who is, I don't know, says explain venye yule jamaa na react around my guy. But yeah, I want to be. Unajua nilikuwa namwona na bow. I was asking, I was thinking, who is he bowing to? Then I thought it was actually your honors, the judges. Kumbe it was Nabii Saya. You need to have people who are that loyal. And you know, one thing I heard from the speech that the president made was that he wants someone who is eloquent. Western Shilao in the morning told us to listen to the words that were used. He said he wanted someone who was eloquent, and the problem that he has been having in cabinet was he was not having someone who could support him and also communicate what his message was. Alisema kwamba he has become a brand ambassador. These are what I call talking points. He has become a brand ambassador of his government, given that nobody in the government seems to be getting the point and speaking his message. So it's like he's doing that, fuck it, I'm going to do it alone. So by bringing you Kindiki, what I'm trying to tell you is I want someone who's going to help me communicate these messages, or who's going to work for me like this. What are your thoughts on that as well? I'd like to hear your opinion on that. I'm seeing Nixon is here with us. How are you doing, Nixon?
Niaje Pipita?
Mimi niko poa sana, nashukuru.
Siku mob. Nimekuwa busy by the way. Najaribu
Manze.
kumaliza yangu bana.
Karibu sana manze, sisi tuko hapa bado.
Nashukuru, mambo ni poa huko penye niko. South Korea, saa saa ngapi? Saa 8 naelekea. Sasa mimi naangalia Kenya we want. Sasa hii Kenya, unajua nimesikia mtu akisema leo hii story za kina Kindiki. Well, hiyo ni kazi ya Ruto. Ruto ni extension ya Moi. Serikali ya kitambo, old constitution, old way of doing things, mabavu, abductions, hizo story tu bado tunaendelea nayo. So hata after tumepata hiyo new constitution 2010, inakaa tumerudi nyuma, hatujafanya stride poa vile watu walikuwa wanataka, walikuwa envisage kufanya. Mi kwa maoni yangu naona hivi, kuna vitu tunabidi tuanze kurekebisha hii Kenya. Hii Kenya nataka tu yani ifanyiwe ukarabati tu, yani ile safi kabisa. Yani mambo itandikwe kwa carpet chini, tuangalie tu ni shida gani tuko nazo na tunaweza fix vipi, na tukae serious na hizo vitu tuweze kuzifix. Leave alone hata issues na corruption, and of course hiyo ndio issue kubwa yenye na affect kila kitu, lakini there are so many things that go with that we can fix. We can fix this nation. We can fix it. Yeah. Because sasa vile nilikuwa nasema hiyo story ya extension ya Moi imefikia pale kwa Ruto. So you want to expect Ruto anaweza kuwa the last one. Yaani watu waliserve kwa hiyo government ya Moi. Na hata Rao aliserve huko kwa hiyo government ya Moi. Kalonzo aliserve huko. Yaani wase sasa hii tuseme wanaishaisha wakienda. So inabidi sasa ile crop inakuja watu new wenye wajui hizo stories za Moi, hawajui hizo stories za cronies na nini. Tuanze kupanga hii chapter fresh. So sijui strategy inaweza kuwa gani. Unajua leo hata nimekuwa nikikaa chini naangalia vile tuko na wastage mingi sana hiyo country, na watu hawafikiri vile tunaweza salvage. For example sasa, I don't know kama kuna mtu ashaangalia hiyo railway tuko nayo ile ya kitambo, ile ya mzungu, ile ililipiwa $5,000 equivalent US dollars in, is it 1895 hapo 1894. Pesa mzuri hiyo time, kajenga hiyo railway. Machuma zikawekwa all the way to Kisumu, zingine zikatengenezwa zikapelekwa mpaka Malaba, zingine zimeenda mpaka Nyahururu. Kuna line nyingine, I know hiyo network yote nishaipiga map tu hivi nikaangalia nikasikia sorry sana. Kuna line imetoka pale Gilgil inaenda mpaka Nyahururu all the way, na ifanyi chuma tu zinaoza hapo. Kuna line imetoka sijui Nakuru imeenda Solai. Kuna ingine imetoka Voi, imeenda huko Taveta. Lines zilijengwa kitambo. By the way, hizo lines zingekuwa zinafanya leo, ingekuwa kama zingekuwa ziko effective, by the way, Kenya ingekuwa expected ikuwe mali nyingine mzuri sana. Watu hatuwezi kuwa na infrastructure imelala. Well, sasa kama tulishindwa na hiyo infrastructure, mbona tuache hizo machuma ziozee huko? Who said hizo chuma zikizeeka hivyo, hizo chuma sasa zimekuwa obsolete, haziwezi kufanya kazi ya maana. I mean, alafu tunatafuta contract ya kujenga SGR. Tunasik kuextend hiyo kitu kutoka pale sijui No Man's Land pale sijui huko msituni huko Naivasha iende mpaka Malaba. Na tunataka hii kitu iko tu fresh contract kutoka China. Machuma zinatoka China. Na tuko na resources zinaoza tu kwa nchi yetu na watu wanaangalia. Alafu tuta end up kuspend pesa yenye imekopwa na italipwa na watoto wetu wanakuja huko. Hizo loans zitakuwa zinalipwa tu na vitu zinaoza kwa land. Tunaangalia hivi na macho, hakuna mtu anaongea. Na tuna ministries, kuna Ministry of Trade and Industries, ni nani ministry gani nyingine inahusika na, kuna Ministry of Transport, inaona tu hizi vitu ziko hapa. hawana hiyo idea ya kuwa hii ni resource, hawana hiyo idea ya kusema azin, wacha tuamshe hii nchi azin tu, hata tutafute vile tunaweza fanya government initiative, tufungue kampuni Kenya, hata kama tutaweza tafuta donor aid, tutafute kampuni ya kusimelt hizo machuma zinaoza huko, tutengeneze zingine mpya, we extend the line ourselves, tutafute development partners wetu tu watusaidie technical expertise tu peke yake kidogo tu, some few supervisors kutoka huku China, Korea huku, tunawalipa tu pesa kiasi tu, hata kama ni pesa ngapi, lakini si kama ya contract. But hiyo kazi zingine yote tufanye sisi wenyewe wa Kenya, tujifunze, tujue vile zinatengenezwa, tukue na hiyo factory tunatengeneza hizi vitu hapo Kenya. Hizo ni kazi ngapi? Hizo ni kazi ngapi? Tukianza tu kuongea, yani naongea kama mjinga, lakini hii kitu ikiweka ina practical sense ni impact ingine heavy sana. Ni wase wangapi watapata jobs? Wewe umetoka tu TVET. Ni engineers wangapi watapata jobs? You cannot even count this. Hiyo hata inaweza kipa huyo Alfred Mutua na hiyo show yake ya kupeleka watu Dubai, sijui wapi huko. Niliona juzi Nairobi watu wana apply ma jobs zenye wajui kama watapata. Tutengeneze hizi jobs, tunaweza tengeneza wenyewe. So as far as this Kenya is concerned, na vile tunataka ikae, naona inafika place itabidi tuanze kuitana. By the way, itabidi hata mimi nianze kujua contacts zenu. Pipita umeweka namba yako hapa, si ndio? Nimeona hii 0721 whatever, ni yako. Tujue wase, tushikane tu tuanze kutengeneza proposal mzuri. Kama ni ya transport, tunatengeneza proposal enye iko workable. Ni kitu yenye tuifanye kama thesis, by the way, yenye nafanya kama sahi. Ufanye ingine ya agriculture, ufanye ingine ya kitu ingine. Fanya ingine hata hiyo city ya Nairobi vile imekaa, transport imeoza. Hiyo ni vitu tunaweza fanya wenyewe. Hatuhitaji contracts, hatuhitaji kufanya a few people millionaires. Tuamke tuanze kufanya tu vitu tu sisi wenyewe kaa Kenya. Na Kenya ianze kupata dimension nyingine ya kusurvive. Utaona watu wataanza kupata jobs. Utaona economy yenyewe ina respond. Because ni aibu sana mpaka saa hii, as in nchi imekaa miaka yote. Kuna place kama Mandera is a county, by the way, is a very full county. Na Mandera is very big as a county. Hiyo barabara mpaka saa hiyo county ina barabara yenye ina connect Nairobi, yana barabara ya tarmac. Inangoja ile siku sijui kutafanyika miujiza gani. Kuna msemo mwingine anakuambia, unajua huko ni dry area, is unproductive, so hatuwezi kujenga network ya barabara. Who said so? Who said area fulani haiwezi kuwa na economical impact ndio useme barabara hizi? Si ujenge hiyo barabara uone kama hiyo place itakuwa na economical impact ya nchi hiyo ya Kenya. So that msee anaweza hata kama kwao ni huko Suba, anaweza decide hata ameshift, ameenda kuishi Mandera, akona activity anafanya huko na ana county kama ni home kwao juu systems zina work. Ama uende mahali kama Turkana. Sijui kama watu wameona sasa hivi Turkana, there's a road imeisha, Turkana vile imefunguka. And it's a very neglected area hiyo time ya kitambo. Alafu mtu akaamua tu wacha tuweke barabara ya lami. Na mambo imeamka huko. Sasa hiyo ni tip of the iceberg tu hapo kidogo, ama nika drop in the ocean. Imagine kama ngoko tumejikaza tumetengeneza network ile lapset thing. Hiyo inasemekana ni ya 2030. Tumebakisha miaka ngapi? Miaka 6. Hakuna hata idea kwa ground ya kuexpand hizo networks. So meaning that hiyo 2030 hata tutaweza kuachieve, not unless tukue watu tufanyike miujiza fulani hapo, tufanye kubacktrack hizi vitu zote. So in short, we really need to come up with something that can be an awakening call. Yani ifungue watu macho. Watu tuache kufanya business vile tumekuwa tukifanya kitambo. Unajua shida yetu ni kufanya vitu the old way. There's a way we can change things and start doing these things in a different way, na tukue watu tunaweza kuachieve, so that tupate nation yenye watu wanaweza kusikia at least. I mean, I feel proud to be a Kenyan. Because we guys tuko objective. Na sisi watu tuna achieve. I mean, I have a lot of dreams about this country. Lakini I don't know what to do. So I'm really looking like kama tunaweza kutengeneza network ya ku create ideas zenye zinaweza turn out to be real things in future. Nafikiri tunaweza saidia hii Kenya kabisa, because kama hii leadership yenye iko, sidhani kama wanaangalia issue in that dimension. Sidhani kabisa, juu ni kama wako na agenda ingine. They're not actually for the country to develop and make up for the lost time. Lose time mob sana. Tumejiwaste tu sana. So mimi nafikiri tu for now, wacha ni submit hiyo yenye nimesema. Wacha nisikize wase wengine nao wanaweza ongezea nini hiyo ambayo nimesema. Thank you very much.
Asante sana Nixon for finding time to talk to us. Mnasikia home run inasikizwa mpaka Korea. Nyinyi mnasikia hiyo ama mnataka kulenga? Korea. Korea inakuanga side gani? Okay, so China, Korea, good. So thank you so much, Nixon, for talking to us. Of course, this is part of also building networks and also making people get to understand the situation on the ground and the dream of the people who are also not in the country, and also the reason why they left. You see the way like Japonji shared his story of how he had to leave the country because he saw there was nothing for him that would instantly help him get to the next step. So thank you so much for sharing your story with us, Nixon, as well. I see we have new speakers as well. General China is back on the mic. We are at 3 minutes past 8 p.m. East African time. Let's go.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Welcome to Home Run with Pippi.
You're listening to Home Run with PP, ladies and gentlemen. It's 3 minutes past 8 East African time. Home Run with PP comes to you each and every day from 4 p.m. all the way to 8 p.m. It has been quite a week, but I'm glad that we are here on Friday. We are on our final hour of the show, of course. If you have been with me the whole week, we have been here for 30 hours. 25 to 30 hours. Anyway, General China, you're back with us. Talk to us.
Thank you very much, Pipita. I had a problem with the internet. I hope now it is okay. I hope everyone is hearing me.
Yes, okay.
Just have a so I have a submission to make. Like, as a country, we need also to check on ourselves. Like, what's going on? Like, right now, it's end month. We have gotten our salaries. The salaries that don't even count. They don't even play the work that we have been doing the entire month. So it's just a worry to us. So we must have to wake up from our comfort zones. Like, we don't have to sleep. We just have to be.
Why is it that your mic keeps on muting, General? Mm-hmm. Your mic keeps on muting. Anyway, General, work on your mic. Philip, habari yako? Can you hear me, Philip?
Poa. Yes, I can hear you. Thank you so much for this platform. First of all, the Kenya I want is a Kenya without Ruto and his regime. The MP, the judiciary, the executive, like, we can make something greater without a corrupt leader. No. Like every person there, like every time tunataka kumeka something good out of us, lazima, like, we cannot achieve anything. Mnaona the finance bill is back, abduction inaendelea, kills zinaendelea, kila siku tu ni bad news, mtu amepoteza life, like. So the best thing, if you want a good Kenya, if you want everything we assume, everything we fantasize about Kenya, we should get rid of these politicians. So the best way to get rid of them is It's through the street manze. Let's go back to the street. Tufanye vile tulifanya siku ya parliament. Every Tuesday and Thursday. Every public holiday. Iko tu ni protest and protest and protest and protest and protest and protest. One day, one time. Hizi vitu zote zitakuwa achieved. And niko sure the next president of Kenya ata fumble. Atakuwa the puppets of the West. That I'm very, very, very sure. Thank you so much for this platform. That is my submission.
Thank you, Philip, for your submission. Having me said that, how are you doing?
Hi, can you hear me? Because everybody has bad.
Yes, I can.
Thank you for having me. I haven't seen you in a long time. This is Irvin, Gen Z Kelesha. I want to answer the question that you've written, though. Is that all right?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, to talk about the Kenya I want, yeah. I want a nation where power truly belongs to the people, as enshrined in our constitution. And when I say power belongs to the people, I mean ownership, real, tangible ownership of our vital resources. Now imagine a Kenya where me and you, simple citizens, have a stake in, for example, our airport, where we can invest in our banking institutions, and where we take pride in being part of the ownership of even our electric power grid. And to me, this vision is not just a dream, it's a necessity. Because if our government is ever in need of cash, like it is right now, let it borrow from the people of Kenya. Let them float our key state-owned enterprises on the Kenya Stock Exchange, and because this is how we reclaim our power. It's about ensuring that we, the citizens, have the first claim to our nation's wealth before foreign investors like Adani benefit from our resources. Together, we can create opportunities for everyone so that anyone can say, I own a piece of my country. I would love to go to another country and say, I own a piece of my airport. I own a piece of my banks. I own a piece of my electric power grid. But it's also not just about economic ownership. It's also about our collective safety and well-being. So in the face of these rising abductions, we must grow strong as a community. Now, if we support and follow one another, our voices will continue to be elevated. And by coming together, we create a safety net that can raise the alarm when any of our brothers or sisters go missing. So remember, guys, that in unity we find strength, and in strength we can demand justice and protection for every Kenyan. So let us foster a spirit of solidarity where we look out for each other and ensure that no one ever feels alone in their time of need. This is the Kenya I want, a place where every citizen feels valued, safe, and empowered. And so together, help me build this Kenya that I want. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Having Meseda, for that. I see IPR review commented in Kenya. How are you doing?
I'm good. I was
Talk to
listening. How are you, Peter?
I'm well. Battling some throat issues, but I'm okay.
Wow. Okay, so now because I've listened to a few speakers here, I have one question for them. Because I normally hear this, we want this Kenya, we don't want these leaders. You must say, I don't want these leaders, I want to be that so that I can do. Because if you are depending on somebody else, then you go around blaming. It's you is the problem then. If you can do it, go there and do it. Don't blame other people. And then there is another thing, you must know the rules of power. Why like today, why is Kindiki being sworn in? It's because of loyalty. And that's the rule of power. Because why do you think even in those developed countries, the presidents are protected? Everybody can have an issue with them. It might not be even when you retire. Whether PM in Japan was killed after retiring. So you must understand the rules of power. Why do people in power behave in a certain way? You might see it as counterintuitive, but it is there. Because it is for a reason. No, because I don't want to come here for any echo chamber every day. We need to remove Ruto. We need to put people who are clean there. We need, just know this: in every democratic country, there will be corruption, and it is the extent of corruption and how corrupt it is. Because, like in China, the kind of corruption is that the money remains there. They remains within the country. Even getting money out of China is very difficult. That's how it works. Even those investing in those countries, when they come with their technology, they must have like, for example, 50% ownership with the Chinese. So there is those things. But we as a country, we are in a very weak position in terms of negotiation. And we need foreign exchange, because somebody was saying that we can invest, we can let Kenyans invest in such things like bonds. Do you know why the interest rate is around 18-19%? In fact, a few weeks ago, Central Bank was summoning the CEOs of bank, asking them why have they not reduced the interest rate. So before we start blaming somebody else, take responsibility, because you as a person, Philip, has not put your name forward to be elected for that position. So don't blame other people, blame yourself first, because you didn't put it, because you could have done that good job that you're asking other people to do. Thank you. That's my submission for today, and have a good night, Pepita. Okay, have a good day.
Hi, have a nice one. I peer review. I see Big Boss ako hapa, ndugu yangu Big Boss, mambo vipi?
Vipi hapa, kama unaishi tu Kenya na una akili timamu, sidhani kama unaweza jichanganya ukasema mambo poa, mambo mbaya sana. Na kama ilivyo kawaida, kwanza regesha shukrani kwa nafasi hii kwanza. Pili, wote ambao wanaenda kunisikiliza, kuna muda tuwe makini tujaribu kusikilizana kuwa tunaongea nini. Kama Kiswahili kinakupiga chenga sana, sidhani kama kuna mtu atakuweko humu ambao Kiswahili kitakuwa kinampiga chenga. Tunaenda kwa mkumbo tu kwa ndio lugha ya taifa ambao tunafaa tuelewane. Hivi yangu huwa ni mafupi na huwa yana vigezo fulani hivyo huwa najaribu kuzingatia, alafu ni kama narudia ama naweza kuwa naulizia kitu ambacho nilisema. Nakumbuka kuna siku nilisema hizi kelele tunapiga, yaani mwisho wa siku tunakaa kama vile Waswahili wanakuambia debe tu litapiga kelele lakini halitayumbisha chochote. Kwa ufupi, kelele tunapiga, tena zile kelele za kishua, yaani kelele za kusikika. Lakini kitendo kipi kilichokifanya ambacho kinaonyesha kelele tunazopiga ni za msingi? Hakuna. Kila siku tutarudi hapo kulalamika, wao amefanya hivi, wao vilienda hivi, wao fulani ameenda hivi. Jamaa, cha kufanyika tutafute suluhu. Suluhu ya kufanyika ni kuwa sisi tunaokuja humu maspace, tuko mitandaoni, sisi ndio tunalalamika, tunapiga kelele, fulani kafanya hivi, ni makosa, haifai. Sasa nataka pipi uniambie kitu kimoja, ama tuulizani hivi. Wale wa Kenya wamejazana pale Kindiki akiapishwa, hawana smart, hawajai lalamika, hawajai ongea, lakini wamejazana pale, wameshangilia kila kitu, kwa wameona tu poa, yani wao fresh, ushaona. Na mtu katika taswira, mtu wa mbali akikaa hivi aone kama hao waliojazana hapa ni wa Kenya, si watu kutoka Tanzania ama Uganda, ndio wanajazana hapa kushuhudia makamu wa rais mpya akiapishwa. Inaleta taswira tofauti kuwa kumbe wale waongeaji ni wapinzani, ama ni kuna vile unaambiwa katika familia lazima kuna mtu vurugu, hawa ni wale vurugu tu yani. Sasa suluhu ni nini? Tukiongea tukitafuta suluhu, tunapiga bunge moja la shughuli, tunatafuta sekta moja nzuri pia serikali ambayo inaitegemea ndo uti wa mgongo. Mnaenda mnapapiga shughuli ya kupevuka, yani shughuli ya mtu kufa kupona. Mkitoka hapo dunia nzima inasimama, inasikiza, inasema hawajomba bana, mfika mahali kama wameguswa pabaya. Ukiona hatua kama hizi, hawa wameguswa kunako. Lakini sasa si huku tunapiga kelele hii mbaya, alafu ikitokea huku inafanyika hivi, sisi ndo mashuhuda, sisi ndo washangiliaji. Kaka, niseme tuna safari ndefu, yani kujikomboa tutoke tulipo. Kaka, tuna safari na picha imedhihirisha tu wazi. Hata watu ndio wanamsema yule jamaa kuwa alikuwa mlevi, moja kati ya marais, ana roho ya ubinadamu, mengine mengi atasemwa tu. Lakini moja katika kipindi tumepitia cha rais ambao kidogo alikuwa na utu, nadhani ni Uhuru Kenyatta. Katika vurugu zote nini alizomletea Ruto, hakumng'oa mamlakani wala nini, tena alimpa tu nafasi yake, wewe tangatanga mpaka tunasema tu. Na hapo ndo akawa anasema bwana mumjui. Lakini sasa sisi na kujifanya sisi ndo wadarai, ukasema sisi ndo tunamjua zaidi. So imagine, yani unavaa tu kiatu, sijui nini Ruto anataka, sijui ni basi tu aonekane tu ni mpenda sifa ama nini. Vaa kiatu kama wewe ni Mkenya alafu unaokotwa mara sijui Tanzania, mara hivi ni Ijumaa. Mengine hata anaweza ukupanda kichwani ukashikwa na hiyo, wazungu anahitaji depression. Na yani tunajiuliza sasa hivi vizazi vyetu vinakuja kuishi maisha gani haya. Mungu atusamee sana. Nimemaliza ndugu yangu. Shukrani kwa nafasi.
Asante sana bwana Big Boss kwa hayo maneno machache. Na kweli kutupiga changamoto, Kiswahili ni ngumu kweli. Kutupiga changamoto katika hizi kudra na dikra.
This is Home Run with Pipi.
Philip, your hand is up. What's up?
Yes, nilikuwa nasikia another speaker alikuwa amenitaja. You know, there is time for liberation, there is time for campaigning, and there is time for election. Sasa tuko time ya liberation manze. Tukisha liberate hizi vitu, mi lazima utaniona kwa ballot paper juu I'm fed up. I'm very very fed up, but first order of the business, Ruto must go manze. We cannot have a better Kenya, msi akiwa on the top. Say taxes zinapita over 61% mse. Kama mse analipwa 30,000 na imagine sasa take home ni karibu 12-13,000 surely manze. Alafu ukienda kwa duka ndo hizo viet. Manze, manze tuko pabaya vibaya sana, like if you don't do anything manze. Hadi utapata Twitter tabaniwa manze. Twitter tabaniwa. Ama upate internet mizimu. What will we do? So you have to think fast, we have to act fast manze. We need to go to the street. Watu wapende, watu wasipende, we need to go to the street. Yes, lazima bloodshed ita happen, but at the end of the day, hadi mababu zetu walipigania hii nchi. Kwanza walikuwa na madwa vibaya. Sisi ndo hii time yetu sasa ku get the real independence. Kama Burkina Faso imeweza, what about Kenya? Ni hayo tu. Thank you.
Haya, asante Philip for that. Starlink, how are you doing? Ashiv. Naona watu wajaribu wanangojea ifike 8:30 ndio waanze kuingia kwenye mic. Ndio munifikishe saa 4 ya usiku. Si ndio hiyo plan yenu? Si ndio? Okay. Na waona sana. Ingieni saizi kabisa mapema before I stop taking. I see my guy Ashiv. How are you doing? Ashiv fixed. Kama amekuja joyriding, acha tumpeleke nyumbani huko chini. Oh yes. So yes, I'm trying to see if there's new comments on the comment section as well, so that I don't leave the commenters out. Africano say, please be part of this video and watch later. Everything happening will start making the underdevelopment of Africa. You gotta watch that one as well. I'd like to just remind you guys that our show is supported by you. If you like what I'm doing, there's a tip jar line 0721948229. Drop in your support to help us keep the lights running on this side. But honestly, if I am to also report with terms of trends in tips, in the line with the new regime and all the way they're working, I'd say tips zimeenda chini sana bwana. I think there is something that is not working. There is something that is not happening. It's either watu wameendelea kusikia uzito mfukoni, sababu kuna mtu amesema unga hapo hivi 170 guy. Sasa tutaanza kukula nini? Mkate ndio hiyo 65. But hapa nje anasema maisha imekuwa poa, anataka kuchange Nairobi River. My friend commenting inaitwaje? IPR review thinks is just okay. How are you doing, Austo 254?
Yaman pipi.
Yes, jambo.
Fiti sana mkwaje?
Lama?
Sasa pia mimi niko fiti. Kufanya tu observation ya venye mambo imekuwa since all this shit began. So mimi naweza waambia hivi fellow Kenyans, manze, we are not yet angry enough. We are not yet angry enough. Kwa sababu the kind of theft that is happening right now, and all this is happening out of the roof. Out of the roof. Juu ukiangalia hii story yote ya Dani, yes kuna kesi inaendelea but hawa tu washamaliza deal. Na kama kutakuwa na any repercussion ama wakitolewa, si ndo tutawalipa. Kama kuna venye tunaweza rudi streets watu wangu, itabaki tumerudi because it's messier than messy. Yeah. Huyu deputy president amekuwa sahi ndo alikuwa CS wa interior. Venye wenzetu walikuwa na mado. Kwanza hata kabla tufike hapo waliweza na kumalizana na bandit. Bado. Sahi amepatiwa deputy president. What makes you think he'll perform? Yeye atakuwa tu hapo kama robot kusikiza chenye anaambiwa. Yes sir, no sir. Ya kuna mtu wa maana atafanya. Maybe hata aliambiwa nini? Asign hata resignation letter kabla achukue ya oath. You never know. But as I say manze, the only way out through the streets mbaya na tuachane na hiyo puzi ya peaceful demos. Hakuna rogue regime ishatolewa na peaceful demonstrations. Hayo tu. Talala poa.
Okay. Austo, asante for that. IPR review unasemaje?
Nilikuwa nataka kuuliza huyu jamaa kama ameisoma kitabu kingine inaitwa The Illusion of Power by Gigi Kariuki. Huyu jamaa alikuwa at one time the most powerful cabinet minister of interior. Na sijui kama ameisoma historia Zacchaeus Oyugi, one of the most powerful PSs at one time. Na hata sijui kama aliwahi kuja kwa minister. You know the IG always chukua instructions from a minister. Minister is just like mtu wa kutengeneza policy kurepresent the ministry police huko kwa cabinet, but in terms of operationals or anything operational decision nini usiki. That's why kuna mali inaitwa NIS where they go and sit all of them together. So some things even at a cabinet secretary wa interior. In fact, Gigi Kariuki, what he said about illusion of power, when you're in that ministry, you seem to be very powerful, yet you are not powerful. So these things, let me not talk about in detail about that one because sitaki kukujia hata ninyamazi hapo.
Sasa wewe jamani. Don't
Unaogopa
introduce us to...
kukujiwa na kuna watoto wanakutegemea wewe ndio kichwa cha familia.
The Hunter anasema, Beda Nyamwara anasema kwamba Hezekia Oyugi was head of internal security for Republic of Kenya in 1990 when Foreign Minister Robert Oko was murdered. Both he and Energy Minister Nicholas Biwott were named as principal suspects in the, and that is, I'm glad that he's coming to the mic to tell us, in the crime by a British investigator during the commission of inquiry. Wacha tusikie kenye The Hunter atasema pale hivi. Ingeni kwa tip jar wangu, any amount to support this show will be amazing. Manze tumekuwa kama nani Pastor Kanyari. Yabaki kidogo nianze kuambia na uangalie neno ambayo imepita hapo juu. Namba ambayo tumefinyilia hapo mbele. The Hunter, are you there? I'm trying to get The Hunter on because he's trying to tell us the story of Hezekiah Oyugi. Wacha niwaambie ukweli hivi. Much of the history I now know, I have learned on Home Run with Pipi. And I'm not even kidding, guys. Like vitu mobs ninajua kuhusu security, the history of the country, in terms of kina Jomo Kenyatta, the intrigues of power, I have learned through this show. And if you have a chance to go back and listen to our previous shows, you'll get so much. Sio poa anasema ile blanda tuko nayo on our case is that we believe much on negotiations than profitable solutions. Sahi, we need to fight for another day. What do you mean, Bwana Siopoa, fight for another day? To survive? I think that is the word. Fighting for another day is surviving, ama. Tufike kesho. I don't know. Maybe you guys can help me get it, but that is my general knowledge. Ama unasema vipi, Big Boss? Kwamba akisema fight for another day yomaanisha kwamba tupigane tu, yani tufike alimradi kesho kutwa hivyo hivyo.
Yaani anamaanisha hii tumeshindwa. Kwa hivyo tujaribu next. Ila watu wana maono huko. Wakati tunafaa tukae chini tutengeneze kitu. Tupapige mahali shopa ka dunia isimame, iseme hiyo ni Kenya. Wewe unatuambia tosha kwa jamaa. Sio hivyo baba. Sio hivyo kabisa.
Kuna watu wenye
wajua vipi shida tuko nayo. Yaani hatujui kwenda kwa swala la moja kwa moja. Tunapenda kupindisha sana mambo. Yaani nini kitu cha kusema hii ni 2, hii ni 7. Unakuta mtu analazimisha 2 inafanana na 7. Haiwezekani. 2 ni 2, 7 ni 7. Wewe ukisimama ukiulizwa hii ni ngapi, sema hii ni 2. Hii ni ngapi? Hii ni 7. Tosha. Sipinde ba.
Mnasikia mambo ya hawa wahenga hawa Waswahili, saa zingine half of the things you don't even get what they are saying. But there's been a quite developments here kwenye nchi yetu. If you've noticed, this was the first time the president was talking about if you are elected, you need to represent Kenya. We were elected for the Kenyans, those that voted for us and that did not vote for us. Did you guys hear that? Ama ni mimi na over here.
Yo, Pipi, unajua na support hapo Big Boss hapo venye amesema we need to work. Tusingoje kuishi ati hand to mouth. Sababu imagine tunaishi day by day on survival mode. Tutasurvive hadi lini? Tunataka kuacha generational wealth kwa watoto wetu. Ama we are so contented with suffering such that whatever happens, bora siko high, we take it. Is that where we want to be sure? We deserve to be better, to do better, to aspire better. Yani ukuzia evictions za usiku ziishe, ukuzia hii masanse kwa watu iishe, ukuzia corruption iishe. Yeah? But business is a trend nzuri bila excessive.
I was told auskiki baba. Kama uko kwa headphones, get off the headphones. Ama talk to us in a quieter place. Nope. Uko mbali, but I guess ni simu yako.
Na sahi
Yeah, talk to us.
Sasa ndio nasema tusikuwe contented na safari, tusikubali kuishi day by day survival mode manzi. What if something bad happens? Yeah? Kuzia forceful evictions ishe, police brutality ishe, corruption ishe, msee akiset up these taxes ikuwe za maana, alafu pia kukuwe na tax holiday. Bado msee akiset up these lazima atakuwa na employee wasee, na kuemploy watu bado watakuwa wanalipia hawa watu tax. So upate hizo maholidays zinasaidia hii business grow, ndio ikianza kutaksiwa ikirudisha kwa serikali. Vitu kama hizo, yani tuko tuna progressive thinking na kuma reserve haruzi tengenezwa places kama Nyandarua cabbages zinawazia kwa shamba juu barabara ni mbaya. Ingine kwetu kuna maziwa inamwagika tu, ni mbaya. 60 years after independence tuko na Ministry of Transport, lakini bado tuko na shida ya baru. Like really, yeah, really. Ni hayo.
Thank you, Osto, and I think you'll have to reconnect because we are really struggling to hear you, man. We are already struggling under Zakaya. Wiki. Jambo.
Yes, si jambo sana PP. Allow me give my submission to the ongoing motion. The Kenya I want. I think now that Rigiji has been impeached, let me repeat myself for what I said that time. Wow. Now we will not have corruption. We will have no more abductions. I think Kenyans, we don't care who becomes president. We want good governance. Whether Adani becomes a Kenyan president, we don't care. Whether Rigiji becomes deputy president, we don't care. Whether William Ruto ruled for 100 years, we don't care. Whoever be in power, we don't care. What we only care is good governance and accountability with the resources we have and the tax they are collecting. So we cannot just sit down and see them. You saw Mr. President is saying that there is a voice he has missed for 2 years. That means they have not been speaking with the Rigiji from the same page. So I think he stands better at a better position to understand the two, or both Gachagua and Kindiki, to have known who can speak better and why. If Rigiji stood and said that he is the only one who can correct the president, then it is true. So that means the president only needs someone mwenye akisema yes, ni yes. Akisema no, ni no. So that guy is someone who cannot be corrected. He is very angry with power and is very ambitious, and whatever he wants, he goes for it. Wananchi tumebaki peke yetu, and we should not lose hope because we have another way to go. I think dealing with the public au wananchi ambao wanaonyesha hasira kwa kutokea kwa barabara, kurusha mawe na kuchoma matayas, huwa inakuwa rahisi. But mwananchi ambaye amekasirika na ametulia is very dangerous. Guys, we know the turning point and we know where we are waiting for these people. We have known, though we have to some extent during this case of Gachagua, we have learned more about the law and the constitution. And by the way, we have known that you can hire the lawyers and they can buy the judges, and it has worked. We were not happy with the Rigiji, but the supersonic speed they have used to do this impeachment, I think this is the same strategy they are supposed to use when they're dealing with the things which are concerning the public. Up to where we have reached, Kenyans, we have to wake up. Both parliaments have been tested with money and they have worked towards money. It depends with who is giving money. Highest bidder takes it, and he has done it. Judiciary can be compromised. MPs will follow him like sheep. So no one will ever take the agenda or the matters of the general public to the parliament. We have seen the finance bill is back because we have seen the Gazette notice today. It was published. It will be back. And those MPs will pass it. Guys, register your votes. We have to get our country back through a voting process. If they will rig, but we will say we have tried our best, than staying aside and failing to vote. Let us fight tribalism. Let us fight corruption in totality. I just reviewed the taxation, the new taxation coming, where whatever I earn, 49% will be taken by the government. But the most pending part is you cannot ask how your tax has been used. That if you ask how your tax has been spent, you are named a criminal. What is really happening? Who are these so powerful people who cannot be questioned? Who are these people who will stand on the voting day in 2027 to go and vote for this government? I want to say this when I conclude to my brothers and sisters from the mountain. You prayed for this government. Some people are even doing mockery that this government was given by God. We don't dispute that, because even Nebuchadnezzar was given power by government, but he ended up eating grass in the wilderness. Israelites cried for a leader whom they could see and greet or even approach anytime they wanted, but they regretted. Ruto has been tested by power, and he has failed in the 2 years. The only thing he can bring for us to table is exchanging the deputy president. So I see our brothers and sisters from the mountain are praying. I believe this is now the genuine prayer. Please pray so that we may get our country back. We back you now. The prayer you're doing currently is the genuine one. Please do it. We are also doing it on this side. Please continue doing these prayers. And if we migrate from our tribal lines, politicians will lose power. Please let us get united. Let us work together to eradicate all this problem we are going through. It is through voting, through public, but through civic education, and we will make a change. Try even with 5 people. If you change, if you convert 3 people out of 5, that is a great achievement. I want to end it there, PP, because there are so many speakers I can see around. In my last remarks, after this submission, I will try to follow everyone from this wall I request everyone to do the same. There was something happened with my X account. I lost followers. So I request everyone on this platform, please follow me. I'll also do the same. Immediately after this, I'll follow each one of you. So if I follow you, please follow back. Thank you and have a very good evening, PP.
Thank you so much, Yuki, for that as well, for your submission as well. I see we have new speakers, as you're saying. The Hunter, Calvin, Western Shilaho are here with us. Na niliwaambia watakuja 8:30 ndio show ifike saa 4 usiku. Si mseme tu kweli aje mnatakanga town hall iwe inaenda hadi saa 6 ama saa 5 ya usiku. Semeni tu. Okay, sitakubali kwa sababu mimi pia ni kama Ruto. I advise myself. So nitatenga muda kidogo. Calvin, how are you?
I'm okay, my brother, but somehow I'm very disappointed somewhere because what I'm seeing in this country, I am really shocked, my brother. So let me just say some few words to this my motherland country. Number one, if you want to go somewhere, if you want to get something, you must join hands with the rest so that at least you can get whatever you want. Because what you're now seeing is that it's our failures. We really fail as we fail. Because what depends on things we do, Gen Zs went on the demonstration to demand for justice. And instead of us demanding that justice, there's somewhere we mess. Conman enters in, they took everything. That is what still wonders me. Still wonders me even right now. Right now, this thing is still wonders me. And it's the truth of the matter is this. If we don't work together, these people will interfere with the resources of this country. Because the people who can help us are now eating with conmen. So I wonder, where will we go? Mr. Wiki, you say something that we should we should register as many as possible so that we can capture the seat. I agree with you. That is a fact. But my question is, which candidate will we follow? Which candidate? Because these people are really rotten, totally rotten. So it is upon us to make some political parties. We should have many political parties in this country. Section 1A of 1991 and more for the action parties. So even to us, we should reject those two parties to Gen Z's party so that at least we can go somewhere. Because when we be like this, if we just be like this, my friend, I'm telling you, nowhere we shall go. Nowhere we shall go. That
Calvin is telling us nowhere we shall go, and then he goes, Bwana Calvin. No, we shall go, and then you go. The Hunter, how are you doing?
Good evening, Pipita.
Good evening to you.
Na wenzangu wote. sitataka sana kudwell na story ya Zakia Oyuga because but it is come. I don't know why you brought it. I really don't know, but it has very serious significance in the history of this country. Just as we've had the swearing in today, it has got very, very big significance. Now, Ezekiel Yugi worked as a district commissioner, district officer. He rose the ranks, and in 1982, when the Air Force wanted to have a coup in this country, Ezekiel Yugi then, who later became one of the most powerful loyalists, and also who became the Minister for Interior, has got very incredible significance with what has happened in our country today. Now, I want to remember the words, and I want to remind our fellow brothers and sisters these words that have been spoken by a few individuals, starting from Peter Kaluma, the Member of Parliament. You go to Duale, who has been the CS Defense, that Kithure Kindiki is a loyalist. Now, Hezekiah Oyugi was very loyal then when he became the the Minister for Interior, and then was involved in actually trying to contain any critic of the government. He was involved with the issues of abductions and the torture chambers at Nyayo House, and he worked very closely with a very senior prosecutor from Nyanza, Bernard Chunga. And then one day, Zakia Oyugi said, "I will die because of you." He told Mzee at that time. It is then that during that coup, that one of the bodyguards of the late President Moi that day took him actually to the forest, and they decided to drive him away to Eldoret and then sneak him out of the country. And when you get to know the fact that Ezekiel Oyugi then became later, after the coup, became a very powerful CS of Interior. You have seen the chronology of events which are happening in the country in respect to the CSs or the Ministers for Interior. It's very saddening. In the disappearance of the Minister for Foreign Affairs, then Robert Youko, Zakio Yugi was in one of the lodges, state lodges in Nyeri, and then he was monitoring the communications. Just exactly what is happening in our country today, that all those who critique Ruto, their Safaricom lines are monitored, and the moment you switch on like this, they locate you and you are abducted, you are normal. That is exactly what Hezekiah Oyugi did during the disappearance of Robert Ouko and his death. He was also seen together in one of the post offices in Kisumu, because it is a long story that I want to cut short. Zakio Yui was seen there, and his responsibility, because he swore the allegiance to actually protect the government of the day, the government of Moi, from any person who criticized, any person who tried to push the government, Moi government, was actually written off because of issues of abduction and murder, secret murders, all that. Now, why you have brought this story of Ezekiel Oyugi, I really don't know. I really don't know. Because it is like a premonition that you've had. And when you look today, we have a debut president who has been classified, categorized to be very loyal to the president, who is Ruto, who has appointed him. And he is, in his own words, he has said today that he will not take the position and the roles that he has been assigned as a simple matter in his life. And he has called it a very serious privilege that he has become somebody in the country. When you read about the history of the Kindikis, the 8 children, siblings to Professor Kindiki, all of them are learned except for, they are professors, the PhD holders, except for actually the 2 or 3 ladies who are doctors, but still also they hold very high profile positions as lecturers in different institutions. Now, then I come back to what is happening in the country. What is happening in the country is so sad. And first, I want to send my well wishes and quick recovery to our sister, Maverika Aoko. I hope she will be safe and she's not intoxicated with any poison or substance that will affect his normal thinking. Now, my brother Wycliffe, who just left, has indicated that we need to have political parties in the country. I want to remind him, if he's back, that we have over 90 registered political parties. And number 2, today, Pipita and all my friends, I want to reiterate this statement that we are having a country that is run by an organization that was created in 1963 all towards 1978, but majorly in 1978 to 2002. That organization is an organization that has got the spirit of Moism. All these people that we have in the country, talk of Mother Karua, talk of Kalonzo Musyoka, talk of the Kindikis, talk of all these clouds. These people are the generation of Moi. They have grown in that government, they have worked in that government, they have known how the government works, and they know the system, the authoritarian dictatorship government, how it runs. And so that is why when the Gen Z went to the streets, they failed to understand and know that some of the individuals possibly they could have shared with them took this information and tried to influence the armed forces to come to the ground so that they can be able to contain actually almost a coup that was happening. And number 2, they failed to identify a leader. The biggest mistake is to say leaderless in any given front of war. When you want to take up the power that is supposed to be taken from a person who is a dictator, you need to have a serious person called a front runner leader who is to be installed in that position. Today, if I happen to go to State House and sit at the seat of the president, I will give instructions. And the most saddest thing we did was to have people within us who leaked our processes. And then what is the way forward? I want to say there is no rule of law in this country. There is no respect to our constitution. Why do I say this as I summarize to give in others to come in and share with us their sentiments? Is that when you look at the procedure and values of appointment of the president, election and appointment of the deputy president into office, the fact is that we thought the judiciary could be sober and independent to its dictates because it is an arm of government that is able to actually interpret the law and the constitution and help us in expediting the process of making a clear judgment in respect to the law. But sadly today, when you see the Chief Justice run away out of the country and leave the responsibilities to the deputy, who is not entitled to empanel a committee of judges to actually be able to administer a serious jurisdiction case of having or ousting the deputy president, then you will know we don't have the independence of the judiciary. Because then you saw today the Chief Justice walking along the pavilion to be part of the many congregants who were in the swearing in of an illegitimate deputy, illegal, unconstitutional deputy president. And so, why? Because in 2010, during the campaigns for yes and no, in readiness to approve and recommend the Constitution through a referendum, the person who is sitting in the throne today was the chief spokesperson of the opposition against this constitution, which has brought him to office today. Being the chief spokesperson of the opposition who opposed the constitution of the Republic of Kenya, which has brought at least some enormous milestones in our country, the very person has been quiet all through during he doesn't care about the finance bill, and that is why he pushed his members of parliament from his political party, and then he stood aside and they approved because they are the greatest beneficiaries from the tokens from State House. Number two, when we are talking about Adani, the very person who did not subject himself into supporting the Constitution of Kenya has been quiet all through until 2 weeks ago, when he comes back from I don't know where and says that Adani has good intentions for our country, whereas we know that Adani is a conglomerate of organizations and cartels from like that one in South Africa, which has come to cause more poverty by actually looting from all public covers. And that is why the Kenyan government, through the JKIA and the Kenya Airports Authority, signed a secret agreement without following the due process. So in summary, what I want to say is that, Peter, today, as we speak, this person in office has been quiet during the process of impeachment of his deputy president because the deputy president was not loyal. He stood to the guns and told the Kenyans the truth that we didn't have the NIs to be able to give the right information to the president so as to solve the impasse on the contentious finance bill. When he said this, he became disloyal and the process of impeachment started then. And so, if we don't have the rule of law, there is no respect for the Constitution. The same president is quiet when Senator Cherargei Samson from Nandi County tables a motion to extend the term limits, and then finally you realize the president is not talking about anything, but the Secretary General Hassan came and called for the press, tells the whole world and the members of UDA, the ruling party in this country, that they are not party to the motion that has been brought by the senator for UDA from Nandi, but proceeds the following day. We are asked to do submissions of the memoranda, and all the Kenyans say we are not ready because the United States of America, got independence in 1870 something. And their constitution actually was promulgated, and they had a constitution in 1870. And the term limits were actually enacted in 1951 in the Constitution. Very many years, America, which has got 50 states with a population of close to around 308 something million members, have never decided to actually extend the term limit of all the elected leaders, and especially for the president who goes for 4 years. And you can see how democracy thrives in 4 years. But in our country, only 14 years, where the president rejected the same constitution, where the president is not ready today to actually call for a day and make the day, which is August 27, to celebrate the milestones of the Constitution since 2010. We didn't see that one in our country, and we expect that the Lord He has, when we rally behind them and say Jeremiah Kioni or Kalonzo Musyoka or any other person who has been in Moi government, including this very person called Ruto, who is a beneficiary and who acquired a lot of money in 1992 when there was a very serious crisis, when we had multi-party democracy coming into practice and into implementation, and they decided to work with Moi and get billions of money, which invested, and today he says he's a hustler. I want to rest my case and say, it is in order that we have a political party, but it is very much in order that we have a generation which is unemployed of a bracket from 20 years, I mean, from actually 18 years now to 2027, we have a population, a youth population of about 25 plus million Kenyans who are able to topple this government. And how? It is for us to make a structure. We know very well we have 41,000 polling centers in the country, and we are able to have all the youthful ages. We are supposed to identify who is this person who can transform. We have this guy called, there are quite a number of guys I've seen who have really worked for this country, including the Ongoya who we have seen, who actually toppled the PBI in 2018. We have the likes of Okia Omtata. We have the likes of this guy from West Pokot, Doctor, the name is gone. So that us as a population, because we have been classified, that when Raila Odinga loses, he will go and point fingers to the ruling government. He is called and is given positions to place his people and forgets the natural Kenyans. It's very awkward, as I summarize my submissions. It's very awkward, Pipita, for Raila to have endorsed one the former governors, Joho and Oparanya, who have worked in government, whereas we have guys who have graduated, have got those qualities to be the CSS. It was very awkward for Raila actually to bring or endorse our brother, the CS John Imbadi, who is nominated, when he could have left him to be in that position and continue trying to shape up the political ideology of ODM in readiness for us to take over the leadership in 2027. But unfortunately now, it is a government which is a coalition government classified as broad-based, and seeing a person like our brother, my brother, good brother here, the member of parliament for who was appointed as CS Energy. He left that position, and today they are praising government. And so it is upon us, it is incumbent of us to know that we who have not been in government have nothing in that government, and so we will not have anything. And that is why Kalonzo Musyoka proposes and endorses his son to go to the East African Legislative Assembly. That is why a former president, the likes of Ruto, have endorsed their children to take senior positions in this country, because they have formed an opinion and an agenda. That is Kenya for us. That is Kenya for every one of us. And that is where we have been classified and categorized. And finally, then we need to come up with a strategy in the 41 polling centers. We need to rally ourselves, register very many voters, and make a decision to have at least 500 averagely of our generation, young generation, that translates to 20 million votes. And we be there to protect that vote. Because the reason I'm saying, if we cannot do that, we will not have a Kenya going forward. When Kithure Kindiki says he has been given an opportunity, has been given an opportunity to serve, it is a privilege and he will not let down. And you have seen him today giving a statement to the entire world. Hata nikasema akona kiherere sana. Amekuja leo amesema ati kila Mkenya sasa awajibike aanze kulipa ushuru. And that was the most demagogic, and that was the most backward, that was the most myopic, that was the most foolish thing I could have expected to listen from a person being sworn in today to say we start making arrangements to pay our KRA levies. I thank you for the time.
Thank you so much, The Hunter, for that. Your submission gets us to 9 p.m. East African time.
This is Home Run with PP.
Yes, we come to you weekdays, and of course, sai nafaa kuwa natoka kwa ofisi bana, nianze weekend. I'm going to Kambani huko hivi, mnitume maembe. My friend is graduating, so I have to go and celebrate his wins. But yeah, you're listening to Home Run with PP. We happen here each and every day from 4 p.m. all the way to 9 p.m. East African time. My name is MCP Peter. We are going to be meeting again next week. My YouTube channel is HRWP. I hope if you're here, you already subscribed to the channel. If you have not, the link is right there on top of the spaces. It's pinned, Just a Minute to Akili. If you listen to Just a Minute to Akili, it's our segment where we discuss law with law experts, that is lawyers. And if you're a lawyer who's looking to be on my show, you can always reach out to me and let's talk. And if you also have questions, which are legal questions, of course, you can send them to me and I will make a point to find a lawyer to answer them. So that's that. But I'm seeing we still have Western Shilaho in the building. I'm going to let Western talk to us, and then we can call it a night if there is no more people ready to talk to us. And of course, there's a tip jar line for you to support the show if you like what we do. Western.
Hi, Pepita. How are you? Greetings to your listenership. Pepita, I do get concerned about the comments we make about the judiciary and stuff like that. You see, the court process is a zero-sum process. It's a zero-sum process, and that's why they usually ask litigants in cases or matters that could be resolved outside of the court. Can you go at home and reflect whether you can sit and resolve this matter out of court? Well, if you sit outside of court and there's a mediator, then you'll strive for a win-win situation, a win-win. But when you go to court and the matter is placed before a judge or a bench, there's no win-win there. One will win, the other will lose. That's how it goes. And it is in bad faith to cast aspersions on a judge or the bench because you have lost. For no other reason other than you lost. Because both of you can't win. Both as in terms of parties, you can't win. And that doesn't say courts are not influenced by ulterior motives. It doesn't mean judges are above reproach. That's not what I mean. What I'm saying is that if you go to a court of law to seek justice, how does justice look like? Justice does not mean that they will rule in your favor. That's not what justice looks like. Justice means that the process will be above board. That's what it means. So that even when it's ruled against you, you can vouch for the process. It was above board. And I'm afraid we don't focus on that. We go personal. They're called ad hominem accusations. Who is married to who did what, who took tea with who went to school with who, like those kind of things. Well, you can only raise such issues if the judges you have came from Vanuatu, a different country, or Sierra Leone. You hired judges from Sierra Leone, so you're asking, now come on, how come you went to school with this person? But even a judge from Sierra Leone is likely to have gone to school with a judge from Kenya. So these questions, some of the issues that were being raised in court the other day, they're bizarre. They're very bizarre. Who attended whose wedding? Like really? People do meet in social places. And it doesn't mean those interactions influence their professional life. You have to demonstrate that because you saw this person in somebody else's wedding, that influenced their judgment or ruling. Subsequently, you can demonstrate that. But if you can't, it's a campaign of malice and prejudice and calumny. And therefore, it works against the society when you disparage courts for no reason other than political reasons. It disparages the courts and the judiciary. That's what it does. So I'm not saying that these judges who ruled the 3-judge bench is above reproach. What I'm saying that it is in bad taste to launch a campaign of vilification simply because they ruled in one or the other, simply because they ruled against somebody you thought deserved, to win a case. When in actual sense, they are convinced there was no basis to rule in favor of that person. So, Peter, I think that we should bear that in mind, that it's not the done thing to cast aspersions and throw mud at judges and the courts simply because the case didn't go my way, or it didn't go the way of the politician I admire or I like. Democracy is also about win and lose, especially when people go to vote. It's win and lose. That's why people have got referenda. There are issues they can't agree upon. So what does it mean? Some people in Britain want to remain in the European Union, others don't want. How do you resolve that? Put it to a referendum. And those who vote, we count the votes. Well, are we remaining in the EU or walking out? Well, Brexit, they have won. We're pulling out of the European Union. Even those who have wished to remain, you have to move out because that's what the vote says. You vote for a president, you have got your candidate, the other person has got their candidate. At the end of the day, one candidate wins. That is it. You rally behind the candidate who has won, like in Botswana, for those who are following news across the continent. They held elections yesterday or the other day. The ruling party that has been in power for 58 years has lost to a coalition of opposition parties. What did the immediate president do? Immediately held a press conference when there were signs that he stood no chance. His party stood no chance. He held a press conference, conceded defeat, and instructed his supporters to rally behind the new government in the arduous task of nation building. Nothing like we're going to the courts, nothing like what mediators are going to State House to persuade him. No, the country is bigger. In Kenya, there comes a time, you hear, no, it's not that there comes a time. when the country must always be bigger than everybody. It's not this. Professor George Saitoti is always quoted, and I find it bizarre. There's no such a thing that there comes a time when the country is bigger. The country must always be bigger than everybody else in that country, including the president. So your parochial, short-term, narrow interests should never supersede the interests of the country. You've lost elections, you concede defeat. Let the people rally behind the new government. Let them give the new government a chance. You were given a chance. Well, you've been audited through elections. You've been found wanting. You gracefully go home. That's democracy. But in our other jurisdictions, such as ours in Kenya, well, we'll be looking at the opposition candidate or whoever's lost. Some people will be telling him not to concede defeat. Some people will be telling him to go to court. It can't be. It can't. To participate in an electoral contest without the option of losing is undemocratic. It's undemocratic. How do you know that you'll win if you haven't rigged the elections? You can't be so sure. Even in the US, Trump is not so sure. Kamala Harris is not so sure. It's until people go cast their ballots and the votes are counted is when they will know, and the rest of the world, who will have won. But which kind of democracy is this where you participate in elections with just the option of winning? You just want to win. There are no two, just one option to win. That's not democracy. So it's the same thing. If you file a case before a court of law, unless you bribe the judge, it could go against you. You can appeal if you have got grounds to appeal, but you cannot launch a campaign of calumny against judicial officers. You even bring in their spouses and those kind of things. It's some low-key kind of way of doing stuff. It's low-key. And I don't think that is reminiscent of, a civilized society. Civilized society, we differ, but we differ civilly. We differ civilly. We don't lose one another's respect because we have taken different divergent political choices. We don't insult one another. We shouldn't. In a civilized society, live and let live. You are the candidate. I had my candidate. Your candidate prevailed. My candidate prevailed. We shake hands. We continue with the arduous task of building the nation. That's what it is. So Kithure Kindiki is a Kenyan. I don't see why I should froth on the sides of them. He's a Kenyan. He's a Kenyan. It's not like they have hired somebody from I don't know where. He's a Kenyan. He's not from outer space. He's a Kenyan. And there are no positions that are set aside for any particular individual. There are no such a thing. So he takes all the position. Well, he's one of us. We wish him well. Why should we lose sleep? Why should we dissipate a lot of bile and anger? Who is he? Isn't he one of us? Even if I don't agree with him politically, isn't he one of us? Isn't he one of us? He is. He is. And there were grounds as to why his immediate predecessor was removed from office, unless we just choose not to, reconcile ourselves to that. There were grounds, valid grounds. In fact, let me put it to you. If it was in Rwanda and the immediate deputy president engaged in that kind of politics, he would go to jail. It's like he's in Kenya. We can afford to have a discussion here on space, social media, or what. In Rwanda, he would go to jail because they don't tolerate that kind of politics. Politics of balkanization, politics of instrumentalization of ethnicity and ethnic groups in Rwanda. Kagame has no room for that kind of nonsense. He will lock you up immediately. You'll go to jail. And his argument is very valid. That kind of politics has sunk that country, leading to over almost 1 million people being massacred, butchered in 100 days. He's not going to allow that. Why do we allow that kind of nonsense in this country when we know the history behind that? So, Pipita, the problem we have is that we are used to seeing ordinary people being punished. and suffering. You know, we think punishment and suffering and pain is reserved for ordinary people in Kenya. We find it difficult psychologically to make peace with the fact that powerful people can be brought down or can bring themselves down. In this case, we struggle to reconcile ourselves to that fact. That's why why should a member of parliament go to jail? Should not go to jail. Why should a cabinet minister go to jail? Should not go to jail. Why should a deputy president be fired? Should not be fired. They should make peace with the president. How many Kenyans have that privilege? How many Kenyans, you have a court case, you can fail to appear in court and you send your attorney to court to tell the court that you are sick in hospital. How many Kenyans have that privilege? No, and the judges will listen to you. Where is your client? My client is in hospital. And they take your attorney's word. And they say, okay, it's fine. Let your client show up in court next time. This is the date for the next mention. How many Kenyans have that privilege? It's anomalous, completely anomalous. And we think it's normal. Like somebody, because by dint of the office they hold, they are above the kind of rules and regulation and laws that mere mortals in Kenya are subjected to. I mean, that's bizarre. Honestly, it's completely bizarre. Completely bizarre. A judge will ask for your medical records. Are you sick? But here we're saying medical records are confidential. They must be confidential across the board. They must be confidential across the board. So we decry a lot of the problems we face in the country, but Pipita, the problems we face is because we don't uphold the rule of law. And we think upholding the rule of law means you punish mere mortals and people without means. Botswana, the country we're talking about, its GDP per capita income is $7,735. That was in 2023. That's last year. Sub-Saharan Africa GDP per capita income is on average 4,800. In Kenya, we're something like 1,150, far lower than that. Why? You can see what the president did. You concede defeat. The guy who won has already been sworn in. The business of governing has started. We usually waste time, I don't know how many weeks in Kenya. It could even run into months just to resolve a presidential election. Yes, everything comes to a standstill. How are you going to govern? How will you govern with that kind of politics? You won't govern. How will you transform people's lives? You will not. It's not going to work. That kind of politics can only precipitate poverty, inequalities, violence, and animosity. The kind of stuff failed states are made of. And we cherish that. The Gachagua impeachment thing has also eaten a lot of time. Yeah, people are spellbound, following that proceedings. Can you count? In other places, people moved on long time ago. They have moved on because the country cannot be held to ransom by the president, by the deputy president, by whoever you are. You're not going to hold the country to ransom. But for some reason, we think certain individuals in Kenya can hold us to ransom. And we take it that it's in order. Why? Because they're powerful. Why? Because they command large followings. Goodness me. In other societies, people respect you because you've turned around their fortunes. You got into power when there was a lot of poverty. By the time you leave power, people can see, oh man, owing to the policies that this leader put in place, our fortunes have changed. We are now living in a better country. There are statistics about how many people have access to potable water, how many people have access to lights, literacy rates, schooling, those kind of things, income, money in pockets. But here, we don't bother with those things. You're just powerful because you command an ethnic constituency. My goodness, that politics is atavistic. It's barbaric, and we have to get out of it. And I'm afraid we are not. If we were saying that, post July protest, we were moving and there was some kind of paradigm shift, the Gachagua saga has just demonstrated there is none. There isn't. When push comes to shove, when push comes to what? Peter, how do you put it? When push comes to shove. Yes, we dissolve into our, ethnic cocoons and we start making complaints from there. It cannot be. It cannot be. And then we're looking forward to 2027 elections, Peter, not because we want to look for good leaders, well, because we want to punish someone. We want to punish someone. Can you see how I can go to elections? I wake up in the morning, not because I'm looking for a good leader, but because I want to vote against. So the leader you get is not the leader you want, you desire, you support. The outcome is about the person who didn't make it. So it's the person who did not make it into office. That is the takeaway from the outcome of that election. Now, soon after, your challenges continue. It's poverty, there's no healthcare, there's no schooling, and then you start complaining what happened. But when you went to vote, you did not look for a leader. You looked for somebody you can vote for so as you punish the other person. So in essence, you vote against your interests. Unwittingly, you defeat yourself. There cannot be a more profound defeat than when you defeat yourself. You have completely defeated yourself. Based on the choices you have made, the decisions you have made, you've completely obliterated yourself. That kind of defeat, you can't recover from it. You can't. And that's what we usually do during elections. And I'm afraid we're also waiting to do the same thing come 2027. So what kind of a country will we build out of that? What is it? It can't be. It will not be a country that will work for all of us. Will not be a country that we can bequeath posterity, because we borrowed from the generations to come, this country. So it won't be. So this thing about mountain people are praying, what have you, the problems that are bedeviling this country cannot be reduced to ethnic considerations. They can't. Every other Kenyan desires a good life. Desires a good life. There's no Kenyan who wants to die young. There's no Kenyan who wants to have kids who have not gone to school. There's no Kenyan who wants to struggle. How am I going to put food on my table? There's no Kenyan who does not want good roads. There isn't. There's no Kenyan who doesn't want money in their pocket. So how do you reduce the problems that are bedeviling the society to ethnicity? That some people are praying, I don't know, on a mountain, and others are praying, I don't know where. So how unique are problems of people in Turkana from the people in Loitoktok or Kwale or Mandera? We all desire good things, a country that works for all of us, clean water, clean air, jobs. So what do you mean? What do you mean? So you think that people who desire those things and others who don't? That is the problem that this immediate deputy president had, that you can reduce the problems that are clearly affecting all Kenyans across the spectrum, political spectrum, to tribalism. That's extremely reductive. That's extremely dangerous. That's extremely retrogressive. And the sooner you're processed out of circulation, the better for everybody. That is the point that is being made. So, Peter, we will continue having this conversation, and we'll continue calling it as it is. Good governance cannot come out of a vacuum. That we don't care. We don't care who becomes president. We don't care who becomes deputy president. We don't care who becomes member of parliament, as long as there's good governance. No, good governance does not drop from heaven. It doesn't. Good governance is something that is worked upon. It is human beings who engender good governance. So you can't say, I don't care who becomes my member of parliament, but I need clean water. Well, you've got a thief, a member of parliament. How are you going to get clean water? Will he steal all the money that's meant for clean water? I don't care as long as their bursaries. But no, but you have got a thief, a member of parliament. There will be no money for bursaries. He's going to steal all of it. No, I don't care who becomes my president. No, he's going to steal all the money. The economy is going to tank. So you can't say you don't care who leads, who governs, who occupies office as long as there's good governance. No, good governance does not happen in a vacuum. It didn't happen in a vacuum in Botswana. It didn't happen in a vacuum in Singapore. It's not going to happen in a vacuum in Kenya. When you see countries that work, it's because it has had leaders who have made very tough decisions. They've been deliberate in the choices that they have made. And above all, they have centered people. In whatever decision they make, in this thing called development, they have always centered people in development. That's how societies transform. But you can't say, I don't care. Baba Yao will be your governor or your cabinet minister. How is that person going to engender good governance? No, we care, and we must care. The character, the kind of ethical anchorage, the commitment to the rule of law, the commitment to inclusive politics of these people who are seeking public office. We should care. If we don't care, then we turn around and say, no, there's no water. We turn around, no, the roads are not passable. We turn around, no, but the schools are not working. Well, you think there's no correlation, there's no connection, there's no link between awful politicians, awful representatives, and bad governance? There is. There's a one-on-one relationship between bad governance and bad people in elected positions. So we care. We should care. And we should borrow a leaf from the likes of Botswana. We should borrow a leaf. Small country, 2.5 million people. But, well, it's showing the rest of the continent what democracy means. To the likes of Nigeria, the likes of Kenya, the likes of South Africa, the likes of Ethiopia, and so many countries. It's showing the example. We can borrow from them. And when we get our politics right, as I've always said, we get everything right. We get our economy right. We get our education right. We get our agriculture right. We get our sports right. Everything falls in place. But if we don't get our politics right, forget about everything else. You will not get it right. You won't. Peter, that's my submission this evening. And as I say, it's one of those days that has given me joy because it's extremely difficult to fail a politician in Kenya. It's hard. It's almost impossible. It's difficult. You can count the number of politicians who have resigned in Kenya since 1963 to date. At the fingers of your hand, some will remain if you use them. You can count the number of politicians who have been successfully impeached. This is the first one, I reckon, as far as the position he's holding is concerned. The other ones are the likes of Waititu, Mike Sonko. They had fallen out with the powers that be. So it's something that I celebrate myself. Even if they made it for the wrong decisions, for the wrong reasons, the members of parliament, those who will come tomorrow, they'll deploy this process for the right reasons. So that's what gives me hope. So wrong people can make right decisions, but the next time we'll get right people making right decisions. That's what gives me hope. But not to make any decision at all, especially where there's wrong behavior, errant behavior, wrongdoing. It is to invite catastrophe, is to invite chaos, and we cannot afford to invite chaos. Thank you, Pipita. Keep well. Have a fantastic evening.
Thank you so much for that, Western Shilaho, as well. I don't know if there is a speaker who wants to rebuttal before we call it a night. The Hunter?
Not really. I want to thank my brother Weston for being here for us, but I'm of the contrary opinion that there is nobody who cannot live his values and traditions. Let's be very sincere and very honest. Our values, our traditions are very key. We will not be Botswana. We will not be South Africa. We will not be America. We are Kenyans, and Kenyan is our business. And so, to all our brothers and sisters, I'm just saying how the process of impeachment took place is not a result of what Kenyans anticipated. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that submission. We call it a night here and a week. It has been a great week here kwenye Home Run Pipi Mabibi na Mabwana. For those who have been supporting us through listening, King, I'd like to say I started the week with a cold. I couldn't even barely speak. So thank you so much for the speakers who stepped up during that period and helped run the show as well. I also want to say thank you to all the speakers and listeners who have been with me throughout the week. I also like to remind you that Home Run PP is supported by you, the listener, and you can always help us keep the lights on the studio by supporting through the number 0721 948229. That is through M-Pesa. Before watufikie, by the way, unajua ni kama wanakuja huko. Yes, so kama unapenda kazi yetu, of course hiyo kidogo yenye unaweka ndio tunachanga inafika, tunawekelea kwa rent, ndio tunawekelea kwa stima, internet, na of course pia mimi napata za cabbage. Yes, so I don't take it for granted hizo tips zenye mnaweka, so keep tipping the show whenever you can. And of course, we are now on YouTube. Welcome when mtu unapenda watch long form content. I think you're going to love my account. I have HRWP, that is our YouTube channel. Go check out our latest content, including interviews with Grace Olwande, Dennis, of course, Poet Willie Weber's journey is coming up at 500 subscribers. It is one of a kind. So thank you so much for being here with me and also supporting me through that YouTube journey as well. It is one of a kind. We still have a whole weekend before we get to next week. Remember, November is that square month. Hey, November ndakunanga kupumua, and then we get to December and the year is done. What we will be taking stock of the year very soon. But now I see Big Boss is here with us. Ndugu Big Boss, nataka kusema maneno mawili matatu, then Nixon, and I'll call it a night. Big Boss.
Kuombeana tu uzima, kijaliwa ukiamka poa, ukienda vibaya ndo hivi. Ila najua nakaa chini nafikiria, hapa ni ndipo najiuliza maswali. Ebu piga picha pale wameenda kuapishana, niite tu kuapishana. Usingeenda Mkenya wa haiba ya kawaida tu yoyote, wabaki tu wao na mawaziri wao na magari yao na masuti yao, hiyo taswira ingekuwa. Lakini alosema wajinga waliisha Kenya, kama anaweza patikana akatwe kichwa. Wajinga wajaisha Kenya, bado ni wengi sana. Wale kama kuna baadhi waliokuweko na wako humu, nikawa nimeenda kinyume, nimewaita wajinga, unisamee ni bure, kwa maana msamaha ukakuweko. Inatosha kwa leo ndugu yangu.
Aya, wanasemanga sijui asalano halan sijui nini hapo mwisho, but thank you so much for everybody who has tuned in.
Ahlan wa sahlan.
Ahlan wa sahlan. Ahlan wa sahlan to everybody who has found time to talk to us during this town hall meeting of Home Run with Pipi. We call it a night and a week here. We'll be back here again on Monday at 4 p.m. Don't miss it. Yeah, as we get into November, may November be a better month than October. May you win. Of course, may you pay chief. And of course, in January, you're going to be paying 6% for pension, because we don't want you going to retirement without Kakiru. All that is happening in the light of our country getting a new first unelected deputy president. Yes, that is Abraham Kithure Kindiki, or what William Ruto, my brother, calls him, Abra K.
You are listening to Home Run with Pippi. Weekdays from 4 p.m. to 9 p.m.
You know, Rigiji was wild, but abracadabra. Okay, never mind, guys. I like my freedom, and I also want to spend this long weekend in the house without bugdin. Wishing you all the best this weekend. Of course, kama kawaida tunavyosema, don't drink and drive, and of course, make sure you rest, and whenever you can, educate someone next to you. Have a great one. Mungu aendelee kuwabariki. Kai. Na baraka za Mungu ziendelee kuwafuata. That was a good one. Good night, guys. Have a great one. Bye.
Five, four, three, two, one, zero.
Welcome to Home Run with Pippi.
Nixon, I wanted Nixon to speak, but nikawa Nixon ameenda. Nixon, oh my God. Nixon, where are you? Ara? I think Nixon amesikia kusema good night akaenda before all right. Anyway, we'll be back here. Unajua sasa shida ni my brother from Korea.
for Pan-Africanism to work. Because some people will say, oh, well, this group of people don't like us, it'll never work. Well, we can still create Pan-African spaces. Everybody doesn't necessarily have to be on board for Pan-Africanism to thrive and to operate and to function. So those are just some thoughts, man. I appreciate y'all giving me the opportunity to speak.
Thank you so much, Richard, for colonialism. I take that there's much more to learn and unlearn and ensure that we find a way to tie the benefits of what we're looking at to a greater good for all of us. I had Shiko. Shiko, you're next. While you come with your... Sorry?
Can you allow me just my submissions? I just want to drop for prayers.
Josephine,
So before I drop,
I request that there's a bit of an order that we're trying to follow, and I request that you allow us. You can go for the prayers and then come back and join the conversation if that's okay, because we had an order that we're trying to follow. So I'll allow Shiko. Shiko, whilst you speak to what you have in mind, I'd like to ask this question: do you think all of us Africans, in our different forms and in different spaces, because the Africans in different places, do we all identify the same? I'll give you an example. There's an African who lives in America. There's an African who's in France. There's an African in Haiti. And are we all the same? Do we have the same view of what we're looking at? Because there's the Africans who live in Africa, then there are the Africans who are in diaspora and in other places. Are we the same? Shiko?
Yes, thank you so much for giving me this chance. I hope all of you are okay. But being in a capitalist system, I don't think we are okay because we are sacrificing a lot, starting from mental health, starting from freedom. There's just a lot we are sacrificing to be in this system. So I'm a Pan-African student working with Nduku. I like calling her my mentor in this Pan-Africanism space, because I feel like we have really been conditioned in this system, and starting unpacking all this conditioning is so triggering, and it's so it's literally like creating a new narrative because we've been conditioned a lot. So I'm a Pan-African student working with Kumbukeni. She's called Nduko, those who don't know. And I remember meeting her in this Ubuntu space after a long time of questioning things in my surrounding and asking myself, am I really crazy? Until I found someone who validated my questions. And decolonizing our minds is where our answers lie, because we've been conditioned right from when you are young people. And so unpacking all these things, it's quite a process, it's quite a journey. It's literally holding yourself accountable, holding other people accountable. And it's a long process, I won't lie. And so in this journey, I just want to encourage everyone, let's not lose hope. Let's continue holding on to each other and being strong, because it's really a tough process. And even being with Nduku and listening to her stories, or maybe her educating us in YouTube and everything, it's really a journey. So let's continue uniting. Okay, we are not really there, but let's focus on unity, because that's where our challenge is. And I don't blame us, really. It's because of this capitalist system. It ensured we are disunited, literally. So we need to unpack a lot of things and be united, at least, so that it can be easier, when people are one, when people are willing to work together, listen to each other. And as much as we have conflicts here and there, at least having a common goal is better than being so disunited. Yes, thank you so much. And I'm looking forward to hearing other people's thoughts. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Shiko. That's really good. Unity is key, and it has to be purposeful and be productive. Something that we can concretize at the end. Lynn Gogi, as you come on to speak your mind, I also would like to hear what you think. Why Kenya? Why Africa? Why now?
Why? Thank you very much, and good evening to all of you. Why not Africa? Why not Kenya? Why not now? Actually, I would like to say that's a very good segue to this discussion, because I was just thinking that Kumbukeni set the pace, and she's quite upset. She's in a hurry to see things change, as we all are. I think that if we can start by acknowledging that we've been in a place that we were put, much like a child that's lost. And the first hut they come to, and they're given water, that is where they sit. And before they figure out where to go next, or who they are with, actually, they then need to start to figure out. And I think that we're at this space where we are trying to figure out where to go. And if you ask me, it's not a bad place to be, because it's a place where we have come to an awakening to realize who we are. I think most of you have already said that. I think Kumbukeni talked about a bull that should not be asking for help. And actually, I think Africa, I think Kenya is more than a bull. We have whatever it takes to speak to the universe. And I think that we have better. I don't know that we are speaking together. I want to talk about the people that purpose to divide us. I think they were very organized. I think they sat, they looked at us, they strategized, and they worked very hard. I think we can learn from them and figure out what to do for ourselves, so that we do not get conditioned like the house nigger. I think even the leaders we have now are house niggers. I don't know whether I want to completely blame them or blame ourselves. And I think that we're at a good point of departure where we're speaking together. And I think that if we're talking about the AU, if we're talking about regional blocks, I think we are not there. I think we have left, for instance, the AU to become a club of clowns that use our resources to cover each other and to roll red carpets for each other. And I think they are lonely. They do that because we let them, because we do not organize ourselves to go and take those spaces and occupy those spaces. Those spaces are rightfully ours. And somebody said that these leaders or dealers, they know exactly what they are doing, and they even know when they are doing wrong. But when no one is shouting, they do nothing to stop. I think somebody talked about the BRICS. I'm going to rush through so that I can finish quickly, although I have had so many things going through my mind. I attended the last BRICS, not this last one in Russia, the one in South Africa. And I come from Kenya, where we're not members of the BRICS. And I remember shouting because there's something that was said there. I think somebody said that the youth representatives were all children of the president or something like that. And then when I asked, how can you let that happen? And they said, but nobody else came forward. And, a bunch of us started to say, well, our countries do not belong to the BRICS, but we consider ourselves as people of the BRICS. So how can we benefit from the BRICS? And so what I just wanted to say is that voice, our voice was very important. And in fact, if we wanted, it could have been considered. So I think we haven't occupied these spaces and taken these spaces and contributed. The last thing I want to say is that there are lots of initiatives about Pan-Africanism and Ubuntu, which is our gift from God. And I think with Ubuntu, we are the best. And I think I cannot see why, if we frame and we organize ourselves around the philosophy of Ubuntu, why the Chinese will not come running to us, why the Russians will not be coming running to us. Because I think that we're at a point in the world where everybody's just trying to stay away from the stress of the inhumanity and the evil and the madness that goes around. So I think that we perhaps need to find the other voices in Africa, because there are many, because Africans are brilliant. There's the Mansa project that is going on in the West African region, and where I dare say there are quite a number of leading Pan-Africanists that are beyond rhetoric. And there is there are lots of amazing activists there who are pushing for the Pan-African unity. Natalie Yom, Kemi Seba, and I think Ali Foka and many other people. And I think finally what I want to say is that because we should learn from these guys and define our own slickness, and because we have everything, and I think that we have a lot more to negotiate with anyone, and we should not be afraid to do that. But I feel that our voices and our presence is lacking in these places where we're being abused. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lynn. I like the take about the African dealers or leadership are lonely and cowardly, but it's partly because we've allowed them to do that. And they're selling us for a bowl of soup. When you think about it, because we've allowed the West to lead us, and then, they can't even negotiate properly. They're so poor in how they do that. I had Ngwane next. Ngwane, what's your take? And then I'd have Redemptor, after which then we'd have a few rebuttals. I think Kinyo's hand has been up and Marabu Stock's hand was up at some point. I'll allow Ngwane to speak, Redemptor, then we'd have go back again to Marabu Stocks and Kinyo.
Thank you so much, my fellow African brothers and sisters. I was touched by the contradiction raised that there is a BRICS yet working with IMF. That where I was shaken, because the talks in BRICS, they want to ensure they do away with the domination of IMF and the World Bank. Hence, I shared the video when the BRICS Bank was introduced or proposed by the former South African President Jacob Zuma, where he outlines that what is the purpose of the BRICS Bank? Now that we are in this deep mess, how do we find ourselves outside this deep mess? It's through BRICS Bank, so that once there is a surplus of GDP in every African country that is leaving us, then we must find other alternatives to ensure that we get something in return. That was the proposed deal of BRICS, so that we do not lose everything while we are servicing our debts with the IMF and the World Bank. Hence, the former president outlined that the moment you go to IMF, you find yourself in more deep problems. The recent scenarios in South Africa, you can tell that we have a strong relation now with the West. That's why we speak of privatization of the state entities. So it's the cause of the IMF and the World Bank. Now, moving forward, what unites the Africans? We before we speak of Ubuntu, we must speak of what unites us. What is common to us? The unit of purpose in Africa is the natural resource. When we sit in African, in Pan-Africanist Parliament, we must speak about our resources. How do we conserve our resources? Why the West have so much interest in South African coal? It's because they benefit from the South African coal. So if we speak that language as African alone without the external forces, we can then shape ourselves first before we allow the external forces to come into our spaces. One, in South Africa, we have different minerals, but I know for sure we lack in oil. Which country amongst us that have oil? That's where we need to start looking at ourselves. We have parastatals that produce petroleum using the oil. Why don't the Nigerians give us oil in return? That's trade amongst Africans, so that we produce our own oil, we produce our own goods at a cheaper rate for servicing the Africans. Because if you check the parameters of Africa, they are big, more than the Europe itself. So meaning we can develop whatever we want to develop. It's just that the house Negroes in parliament, the house Negroes in all spaces of government are blocking that trade to start happening. So as the new generation that is coming in, I normally say in my political spaces that sometimes patience is key, because once we as Africans understand that the first phase of neoliberals have left, then we must find the radical voice that is coming in to phase out the neoliberals. That is the only way we can start seeing ourselves being better off. Gaddafi had a unit of purpose. What was the unit of purpose that Gaddafi proposed to African? It was the United States of Africa. That's why President Gaddafi had to be assassinated, because that was the plan. Trade amongst each other. If I lack in oil reserve, African leaders must trade each other what we are lacking, so that when the external forces, they come and tell us, hey, this is what we said, we have enough reserves. So you cannot dictate terms in this space. We survive amongst each other. When we want to deal with monetary, we have money, we have natural resources. What is it that is stopping us from doing that? There is nothing. So before we go to everything, economy comes first, because at the end of the day, you must take care of your children, but we must ensure that it speaks to indigenous people that we have in Africa. It can never be just Ubuntu. You are going to accept anyone coming in, an intruder, and you don't want to kill an intruder because we are saying Ubuntu, and an intruder is killing you. So you need to ensure that in Africa as a whole, we speak on Ubuntu, mixing it with the economy. Ubuntu is saying, hey, I have a gold, my fellow brothers. Oh, we have oil. We lack in gold. Let's exchange that, see how we create our own reserve without even making a lot of noise, because the Western countries are making a lot of noise even when they are losing the war. So those are the things that we need to first deal with as African. I know in Africa, sorry, not in Africa, in South Africa, you can perceive us as this different nation. We are not different, comrade. Trust me, once you step your foot in Africa, in South Africa, you will realize that we are the same. We are just making a lot of noise because we have a support of the West that does not service the South African population. So those are the things that we need to discuss. BRICS is speaking on de-dollarization. How many African
Comrade Fuad,
countries,
I'd request that you land in a minute.
as I'm parting short, my lead, as I'm parting short, the BRICS is proposing the de-dollarization. How many African countries are joining that move? It's few of them. So please, my fellow brothers and sisters, let's just deal with it as it is now. It's the resources that attracts the West, but we are unable to trade those resources amongst each other. What is the cause of that? Thank you, host and co-host.
Thank you, Comrade Ngwane. What I'm taking from what you've said is, and I think for me the biggest take is, first of all, what is common among us Africans. And I'm what you said is resources. That's very correct. But I also think what we also need to do is for us to be able to speak the same language. I probably agree with Comrade Malema when he says Africans need to start to practice and speak Swahili as our common language. And once we have a common language, then we have a basis from which, because once you understand each other, it's easier. Then we stop having the interests of the Francophone in the West, Lusophone in the South, Anglophone in the East, and sort out this confusion that we've created for a long time. Redemptor, good to see you here. I would like to hear what your take, and then um, we can have Daniel give a rebuttal and Marabu. Then I'll come back with Cycle back and see, hear what Issa and Ayo and the others have to say. Thank you very much. And Abdirazak.
Thank you very much. I think this is one subject I know a lot or nothing about. I am never sure where I'm at. And I have a confession to make. There's a time I wanted to start a movement for Pan Africanists. And then I asked myself, and I met a few people from around Africa. I had a certain age group I was interested in. And then I realized the meaning had changed a lot. And I like how you've called the new generation of One Ubuntu activists. And then you say, why Africa? I wish you said, why Africans? That way, then we include the ones who are not in Africa. When I saw the president's daughter call herself a Pan-Africanist, I wanted to scream. I had to Google again the meaning. Why is it everyone trying to say they're Pan-Africanist? Is it a fad? Do you become a cool kid because you use that terminology? But I feel like exactly the new generation of activism, there's again that gap between the generations that even the language of how we describe Pan-Africanism, it would appear to me, in my limited knowledge, they tend to focus more on the political, and they understand the political oppression of everything that is opposite Pan-Africanism. And no offense to the president's daughter if she's a Pan-Africanist, it's just that her father is involved in violations of human rights, which is
Actually, she's not Redemptor. You don't need to apologize.
yeah, no, I'm just saying just to explain that part. So because I'm an older person intrigued with Pan-Africanism, when I started looking at it, then I understood it from that perspective of where the African philosophers, scholars, thinkers, seekers, because I was thinking more of the cultural part of it. Because our politics then have been affected so much by what happened to our culture, the eroding of the culture. And we cannot talk about political as Africans without our spiritual. And so the minute we lost our spirituality, then we also lost our political way of doing things the African way. It feels like it was very whitewashed, what we call whitewashed. The reason I'm talking about African philosophers and scholars and thinkers, it is there are some schools of education, academia, where the scholarship is limited by the West, in the sense that because you're a free thinker and there are things that you know, and I'll again sound very controversial, you know those things because you have a gift from your ancestors. And it's interesting when we talk about our ancestors, people get jittery. And that's the whitewashing I'm talking about. Now, some people have asked us, are we full of ourselves to keep thinking these people are reading us, they're studying us, we are guinea pigs, they're studying us? The truth is they are. And the saddest thing is whatever new thing that is self-discovery. For example, let's get back into our Ubuntu. What does Ubuntu mean? The exact opposite of what our political leaders become, because they are chiefs. The same tricks that were used on our ancestors have been used on them. And I've always told people that every time you think about what the chiefs took to sell us into slavery, they were given a mirror. For me, that is very, very symbolic, because a mirror makes you so self-absorbed. So it tells you what we had a reflection of ourselves, would see ourselves in the reflection of waters and everything. But once the mirror was introduced to these chiefs, specifically the chiefs, then they lost it. They lost it about service. When it comes to African scholars, thinkers, because I'm focusing on the cultural part of it, the biggest brain drain, we think, is when people go to America and go to serve there as engineers there. The biggest brain drain in Africa is a trick called call for papers. And so what call for papers does is it offers scholarships to our best minds. So you're told even to write an article about Ubuntu or write an article about the new generation of Wana Ubuntu activism. The best minds from across Africa will write those papers. And so they will use those papers to understand how you think. And so they will give you the scholarship. When it comes to innovation, you go back and you because the East and West search for ourselves, then gets a very mixed up explanation, even for the experts. And I respect the people who are going back and trying to package for us Pan-Africanism. But there's a danger of us wanting to include our brothers who are taken to America. And so we start looking at some of the cultural elements of what they're missing. And the one I would really run away from is the house nigger and the field nigger. We've had this discussion in other spaces. I would really encourage you, if you're an African from Africa, that you might be well-meaning to describe the oppressors as the house nigger. It's very tempting. But once you now meet people who experience it, I know an 8-year-old who had me using that term, and they were offended. And how I look at it when we use this terminology is we have to have compassion for the house nigger, because we demonize the house nigger as this person who is brainwashed, who had favors, who is bought. That's I'm saying figuratively. But as a human rights activist, I also look at how much was meted on them. They were sexually assaulted. They ended up producing children with their masters. Those children had no identity. They were hidden. They didn't know if they were black or white. They were raised as blacks or they were raised as whites, but they were hidden. So a lot of us today are really like that house nigger. And so because of the N word, I am shy from overusing it. And I would advise the people who are coming up with defining Pan-Africanism to be sensitive to people who, for them, that terminology is a reality. Their great-grandfathers told them tales about the mistreatment they face. So we've had this debate in another place. But for me, I'm just going back to our religiosity, our spirituality as the biggest con in not understanding. So the place where I feel the brain drain is untapped, and thank God it is in the arts. Because in the arts, you cannot be defined for how to create, how to write, how to paint. So that's where we maintain our authenticity. But in the learning institution, you find the best thinkers, and especially in the field of free thinking. Yeah, like the same arts I'm talking about, literature, for example. You find for the longest time, we look at Ngugi wa Thiong'o's work was done in Kikuyu. And then when he celebrated, you found some people, even in Kenya, who criticized, how dare you think now you want your a literal mind and you're speaking. And so it would appear anybody who has left home and has gone abroad has a yearning for their language more than the person who is here. And then we have these children that are being raised without a mother tongue. But because language evolves, then we have to embrace Pidgin as a culture, Sheng as a culture. And when we fight so much for this language thing and say, oh, this person is saying for us to maintain a Pan-African outlook, let's speak Swahili. Then introduce that concept to people from West Africa. So some of these things I know we are meaning well when we talk about them, but you find that they've been so whitewashed that we end up just wanting to talk about them. I'm saying this is an abstract subject, to be politically correct. And that's why you have things like BRICS. So what BRICS then does, it looks for the elitists in the Pan-African the meetings. And so these are people who are whitewashed. I prefer to use the word whitewashed rather than the house and field, because I find it a bit offensive. So I like to say we've whitewashed our way of thinking to the extent that you find people who talk about Pan-Africanism, yet they are wearing artificial hair and they've bleached their skin. Because those are then what I'm saying, we need to have compassion on the people who lost their identity first, because they can't go back. And so I talk, and I always finish this conversation by going back to lately I'm very fascinated with our spirituality, because I feel like understanding our political mess goes back to spirituality, where you've already lost it. lost it in terms of history, lost it in terms of practice, the shrines, and then it's been amalgamated. You find that you became a Muslim and now you have to pray in Arabic, and so there's that. So where do we go back to when it comes to the cultural, so that then we can start talking about Pan-Africanism? And I always finish by saying people have to look from within. These last 2 weeks I've really been intrigued and going back to the history of Tupac. And the reason why I'm interested in Tupac and even Bob Marley is just how young they were when they died and the profound statements that they've ended up saying. And I do this in relation to, of course, the scandal that has come out in America and the discovery there was a sex cult going on among that. So you find when you lose your spirituality, you pretty much lose everything. So how do we discover these things that we can't go back to? You can't go back to your shrine. Then that's where I keep saying self-reflection, being gentle on yourself, that if I lost it, if my father was sold to slavery, whatever I know about my culture, whatever I'm practicing and understanding history, politics of the world, capitalism, socialism, all these isms, imperialisms, colonialism, sometimes it gets so complex and you ask, there is an old man, an African thinker, an African seer, who has never read a book, cannot even read, yet he understands what Pan-Africanism is. So in terms of semantics, sometimes we get carried away because we need to document, because there's a call for paper. Sorry, my time is up. So I think I entered a rabbit hole, and anyone who does this, hands down to you for doing that. But I also want us to realize it's something that is in us to seek knowledge. And the worst part is not just seeking knowledge for yourself, it's seeking knowledge and showing off by getting a certificate, a degree, at this for employment. So that's where we've lost a bit of ourselves, and we'll find ourselves. We'll have these conversations until they make sense. Because sometimes they don't even make sense to you. But kumbukeni, kudos for what you do, and Eli, for bringing this very complex subject. Hey, ubarikiwe sana. Ubarikiwe na ancestors wako. Let me just complicate the conversation.
Thank you, Redemptor. I thought I would be blessed as well. I'm jealous. Now, Kumbukeni, you're the guest speaker here, but I'm sure you're loving the conversations you're hearing, because partially you have a new recruit in Redemptor looking at religiosity and our cultural aspect to that. So allow us to, there's so many hands, and Redemptor, thank you very much. You bring in a perspective that is very interesting. When it comes to arts, and that's why they're discouraged a lot and people are trying to push STEM and other things. Arts allow people to walk society and, provoke you to things that you would ordinarily not write in a science paper and be able to explain it. But through art, you're able to laugh at yourself. So I'd go back to Eli, but I also think we have Abdirazak and Ayo. Marabu Strokes, I haven't forgotten you, and Daniel, but that, and even Issa. I think Issa is coming for the second time. So I'll allow Eli to speak, and Eli to. Then after that, I have Abdirazak and then Ayo. After that, then I think we got through the panel speakers who would like to have a second bite at it. Eli?
Obed, thank you. What I'm going to do is override some of the requests you've put across in terms of who's going to speak first. I would love to get a few pointers
no problem.
From,
no problem.
What's her name again? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Obed, I have a problem on this line. Kindly just give me a few seconds.
Okay, so while we do that then, should I allow Abdirazak to go?
So I hope you can hear me now. I was having a problem with the other line, had some interruption. Can you hear me?
I can hear you 100%, yes.
Okay, so I was saying you will allow me to have some override powers here, because I would like to know what Kumbukeni thinks on some of the issues that have been shared, but also in the same breath, when you talk about arts, it's something that I love a lot. Specifically when you talk about film, I see Ayo here, maybe we can have that conversation at a later stage. The other day, I was watching an interview by Trevor Noah and one of his podcasts, and he was featuring Lupita Nyong'o. And one thing that stood out is the fact that a lot of Africans who travel abroad to seek or go for greener pastures, one of the issues they struggle with is identity. And when we started off this talk, that is one thing we mentioned about identity through the language issue, who we are, the color of our skin, and what have you, the food, and so many things, including music. So when Redemptor mentioned about art and being that it's something that is not touched, I want to tell you, maybe I have a different opinion because I have seen concerted efforts to make every African story very Hollywood. Um, One of the things that, and I know some of you will not agree actually, it's including how we sound. Um, the English you're speaking right now happens to be an issue to most of you. We even feel ashamed to talk because we don't sound African anymore. We don't sound, I don't know, Swahili. We don't sound Giriama. We don't sound anything close to Kisii or Gusi people. So when we are talking about arts, even our arts have been infiltrated. They want us to tell the stories the way they want them. We need to have some training in some schools to sound more European, to sound more American. So I will be a bit conservative on this one and say, are we sure that art is the only format that has not been touched? But that is a question to the rest of the room. If you allow me, let's get quick pointers from Kumbukeni, and then we go to the list you'd given us. Thank you.
Obeds, nilikuwa nangoja uniambie. And you know what, Obeds, I'm actually so that to lighten the mood, I'm gonna say I'm impressed you've kept your suit picture after you were dissed the other day. So just to lighten the mood. But we were in a room together, if you remember that, and Jeffy was like, he's questioning why your profile picture. But to answer your question, Mizani, yes, art has been touched for that very reason that you said, and it's very interesting you're saying this because now I'm partnering with an individual who has started an Ubuntu, an Ubuntu run film, documentary film company, and we are helping him grow it. So that is something for those of you who follow me. That is something that we need supporting. We want you to watch his films. Those who can afford to buy his films, you'll see me post them in my profile. So that is when we talk about economic liberation and when we talk about doing action and stopping to talk, that is a simple way you can start, right? His films are less than $40. So if you have the money, go buy them and support that company to grow. Support that brother to tell our stories from our own perspective without that white gaze. Toni Morrison, who is was still is, because of, if we believe in African spirituality, she's still with us in ancestorhood. Her spirit is still here with her, influencing a lot that we are doing. But Toni Morrison, for those of you who don't know her, you can go look her up. But she's an ancestor, a descendant of Africans who was in the criminal borders of the United States. And she was a great writer, but she points out that, and she's doing an interview at one point, and the person is asking why she focuses on Black people when she's writing her stories. And when I watched that video, I was like, I wanted to shout so badly to that mzungu, kwani who else should she focus on? We mzungu unaandika juu ya wazungu kila siku. For those of you who don't understand Kibuntu, forgive me for a few seconds. When I get mad, I have to go in my African mode. Mzungu anaandika juu ya mzungu kila siku na hakuna mtu anamuuliza mbona unaandika juu ya mzungu. Alafu mzungu has the nerve to sit in front of me and ask me why I'm centering my stories as an African on African people. And this is what happens, you're right. Hollywood is run by Jews, and when you go and present your story and it is showing African liberation and the threat of Jews losing their financial grip, they will shut it down. And so what way can we take our arts back? And by the way, yes, everything has been taken over, including art. One way we can do that is supporting brothers like the one I'm telling you about, who start, and there are many, there's some in West Africa as well, who start a company that is run by us, that is not going to cater to all of this, the white gaze, right? What the white man wants. Oh, if we do this, the white man will be offended. Who cares? Do you not realize that if the white man has lied to you that he is superior to you, when you say you're a human being and you're not inferior to him, he will be offended. So why are you hesitant? Unless you have accepted a forever position of subjugation, why are you worried about hurting the white man's feelings? You clearly have to hurt his feelings to let him know what time it is. So embrace that 100%. And Mizani, that whole story of it's like Afrobeat, right? Afrobeat comes, we are all excited, and then you see these again Wazungu. They come and they start co-opting it, and instead of the Afrobeat artist saying no, we're not going to be like you, they're like, I need to make money, so oh, you're telling me I need to be this way? I need to wear chains. I need to wear gold teeth. Oh, I need the girls in my video to wear nothing, close to nothing. Oh, I need them to shake their booties. All right, I'll do that. Give me the check. Instead of standing and saying, no, this is like Fela Kuti, this is how Africans do our art. You either value it or you step aside. My Africans will value it. And Fela Kuti did very well standing by his culture and not accommodating whiteness and white fragility. Regarding GDP, GDP, by the way, is something that is very misunderstood. And I encountered clarity on it, and I'm still not even 100% certain about how it works. But while reading Ha Jun Chang's things they don't tell you about capitalism, but GDP, a nation's GDP could be determined as high just because of one individual who's really, really wealthy. And this is a flaw and a very misleading thing about GDP, where we think a nation is doing well economically because it has a high GDP. Yet, for example, in the United States, they only have a high GDP because Elon Musk, Bill Gates, the Koch brothers, the Walmart brothers, they're producing. So GDP simply measures the total value of goods and services produced within a country, without considering how that wealth is distributed across the population. So the United States is a very, very inequitable country, but it has a high GDP. The United States has several cities that are underdeveloped. Like if I show you, I always say I'm going to do videos of the cities here that are underdeveloped, and I always don't do that. But if I show you, Kibera is going to look like a nice neighborhood. Like this is the lie that these white people have told us, so that we believe the lie that they are superior. And it's only because a few people are rich in that nation that they say the GDP is good. So GDP is not a good measure for us to use to determine how we are going to move forward economically. The idea that resources is our commonality is not true either. It's not accurate, because there are some nations, if we're going by the colonial borders, that don't have resources. Our commonality is our spirituality, that Ubuntu in our, and this is this is a misunderstanding, misconception. I don't even know what to call it, that people have. And it feels weird to correct a South African on Ubuntu when the word is a Nguni word, but the practice, the principle of Ubuntu does not just belong to South Africans, but it still feels weird to be correcting him. Ubuntu could also mean killing your enemy to protect your community. So people think Ubuntu is just about kindness and niceness and hugs and forgiving people and turning the other cheek. No, that's what the white man has lied to you. And the white man is very good at taking your concepts and flipping them so that you don't embrace them, because they realize how powerful they are. For example, the white man and the Arab is very good at telling you that Kiubuntu, erroneously known as Kiswahili, is Arabic, so that you don't embrace it, because they saw how powerful it was when you were all talking the same language in the eastern side of Nsi Ubuntu. So our commonality is our spirit of Ubuntu. Economy being the main issue we should focus on, no. Because as you've seen, your economy, you cannot even build your economy if you're not sovereign. So sovereignty is the main thing we should focus on. Because if you're not sovereign, you have no control over your economy. You have no control over your politics. You have no control over your spirituality. You have no control over your education. You have no control over your whole being. So sovereignty, the idea that you can decide for yourself without anyone punishing you or judging you or telling you that you should not do this way, that is the main purpose. That is the main goal that we have. And through unity, will we only be able to achieve sovereignty. And then the last one, moving from the term house Negro. And this is the importance of being in community together, where I hear Redemptor and I say, Redemptor is making a good point, and the points that she brought out, yes, it's true. They were raped. They were forced to feed white babies while their child was sitting there crying. So maybe Nduku needs to have some compassion, or maybe we need to have some clarity on which one will we not tolerate and which one will we have compassion on. But definitely a point of submission that I need to step back and listen to and say, maybe I need to change the way I'm approaching it. So that's it.
Eli, maybe in my own defense, even King David has a suit on his profile. And I don't know what my suit did, but
Go,
at least
go buy
I'm
a
one of the
dashiki.
few
I'll
people
give
who's
you a
shown
Kenyan
them.
company that makes them so that you can put that up.
You know,
Yeah, at
you
least
know,
I'm
as
not
you
the only
defend
one.
yourself, Kumbukeni, you have to understand that there's at one point a gentleman who said, "Buy Kenya, something
Still
Kenyan."
Kenya.
And by the time they were going to cabinet meetings, they were looking like three musketeers. But that's story for another day, right? Obets, back to you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Kumbukeni. I'm gonna reach out to you. I need to know that company. Now we had Abdirazak, and then we'd have Ayo and King David, who's tried to support me to come after. So Abdirazak, what's
So
your take?
you've been given a bowl of soup
Hello.
you forgot, Marabu, right?
No, I'm not gonna do that, man. You know me better than that.
All right.
Hello, thank you, Obed, and the host, Mizani, and everyone on the speakers. I hope I'm clear.
Yes, you are very
Thank
clear.
you. Thank you. I've been listening and sijui niongee Kisomali ama Kiswahili. I will try my English here. Okay. And thank you, Kumbukani, and everyone. Thank you, and everyone, Marabo, and all the speakers. I want to put some history here about Pan-Africanism. It has been for a while Pan-Africanism, and it started with the Caribbean, George Padmore, William Sylvester, and the fifth Pan-African Conference was 1945. I think Jomo Kenyatta was there, invited other African leaders to talk about the leadership in Africa and how things can move forward. And it's a very good movement, and it has been facing many challenges since then. And the problem which I see is the leadership. There's a leadership crisis in the Pan-African movement, which started a long time ago with George W. Du Bois and Marcus Garvey and the others who are there before, like George Booker T. Washington, especially people in the Caribbean and the people in the outside Africa. And the problem started when 1619, the first ship came to Africa. That's the disruption of the family of the African system was disrupted. And African system way of life, like economically, socially, and politically, every system which was working was disrupted. Until now, there's a problem. That's what I see. But it's good to have this discussion and to see Africans all over the world coming together to discuss about economical power. And I know we are powerless now because without power you cannot do anything. That's why and Pan-Africa keep on trying to do whatever it can to survive until now. But I hope there's a way forward. Let's keep discussion alive in Africa. And it's very important, very, very important. Let's discuss about schools and everywhere Pan-Africanism. And economically, we are not there, honestly speaking, because we have all the resources. And Africa is rich of resources and everyone want to rob. So you cannot rob people that have nothing. So you have to ask yourself why people are coming to Africa and take our resources and economic and mineral resources. So they have to be, we have very important things, but we don't see it. That's the problem. And the next economic power in the world will be the Asian. And the Asians, I think 2025 will be the first economic in the world or second. But I hope so. I hope. So we have to put ourselves together and come up with a good theory. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Abdirazak. I wish you spoke Somali. We'll have to get translation services
Okay.
for you. Or we can...
Sawa. Hakuna shida, tutaongea Kisomali.
Thank you very much. That's on a light note. Ayo, you have an opportunity to put your points across.
Not now.
Good evening. Can you guys hear me?
Good evening, Ayo. Please feel free. Yes, we can.
Thank you so much. Such an amazing topic this evening. And thank you so much, Mizani, Real Joe, and Obeds, and all the speakers, and Kumbukeni for bringing such an amazing topic. I, however, want to look at this conversation from a very different direction, if you permit me, and I want to focus on why Africa. Someone said why Africans, but I want to focus on why Africa and why now. You know, in this context of renewed Pan-Africanism. And I believe, from where I sit, I believe that Africa stands at a very pivotal moment in its history, and this is actually characterized by a resurgence of activism among the youth. And the question of why Africa and why now resonates deeply to me, because various interrelated factors converge to inspire a new generation of Pan-African activists. And these factors might include factors like historical legacies, could be technological advancements, could be pressing social and economic challenges that Africans face in their different countries or Africa at large, and it could be a growing demand for political reform. So I believe the relationship between Africa and Western nations have raised a few or many questions about external influences and whether Western foreigners are our enemies or their potential allies. And when you examine these dynamics, you feel you'll find that urge of there's some level of historical legacies that we as Africans can relate to, and we have gone through in a way. And the roots of Pan-Africanism, it traces us back. They traces us back to the early 20th century, when we had leaders like Jomo Kenyatta, Kwame Nkrumah, Tom Mboya, the Web Du Bois, if my history serves me right, and by advocating for African unity and liberation from the colonial rule, these leaders, these African leaders, did a lot to us. And movements such as, African National Congress way back in South Africa, which fought against apartheid, they actually have left us a lasting legacy. When you come back to Kenya, the modern movements, like for example in Kenya, we just went through the hashtag Reject Finance Bill movement that we tagged the Gen Z movement. Those are historical legacies that will last in our books of history for quite a long time. And today's activists, they actually draw inspirations from these historical struggles. Hence, they tend to recognize their role in continuing the fight for justice. And for instance, the youth-led for example, the youth-led Fees Must Fall in South Africa, which began in the year 2015, if I'm not wrong, it tended to sought to address the rising cost of education, and it was actually rooted in the broader struggle for equality that has in return defined the country since the end of apartheid. And this historical context informs contemporary activism and foster a sense of responsibility among young leaders, youth leaders, to honor their legacies of those who came before them, for us to continue whatever the good job that they left behind. And when you look at some other factors like the rise in the role of technology, you realize that today we are more of the digital revolutionaries, right? And the digital revolution has transformed Africanism, or rather activism in Africa, hence providing tools that enable connectivity and communication like never before. When you look at something like social media has really played a very huge role, and we've seen what it has done in Kenya, and we've seen what it did in Nigeria with the hashtag EndSARS movement, SARS movement in Nigeria, and particularly targeting the SARS, the special Social Anti-Robbery Squad, which through viral posts and online petitions, activists actually drew international attention to their cause, hence illustrating how technology can amplify local issues and actually create a sense of global solidarity. One of the major issues that us as Africans in Africa face are the social and economical challenges. And the numerous pressing social and economic, I'll call them socio-economic challenges that demand, immediate attention. You realize that high youth unemployment rates, which exceeds almost 20 or rather 30% in many African countries, exacerbate feelings of discontent and frustration. For example, if you go to a country like Tunisia, in the year 2010 towards 2011, protests that sparked the Arab Spring were driven by youth unemployment and economic despair, and hence leading to a demand for political change. And when Africans come, I've realized that when Africans come together, we tend to desire that political freedom, that political reform, whereby, because at the end of the day, each and every country, whether be it economical, be it social, it is all run by the politics of that country. So when we demand political reform in our countries, it's like another powerful motivator for new generations of activists. And many African nations actually grapple with governance challenges, including corruption and authoritarianism. For instance, the protest in Sudan in 2019, which actually included so to say, in short, like it resulted in the ousting for long-time dictator Omar al-Bashir, and they were largely led by activists demanding democracy and accountability. And this movement actually illustrates a collective yearning for change, and as citizens as those citizens who strive for a political landscape, a better political landscape that better represents their needs and aspirations. You realize that the recent electoral unrest in Ethiopia also highlights the urgency of this demand as citizens push for greater political freedom and justice. And someone asked a very interesting question here. Are Western foreigners our enemies? Actually, it's Eli who actually asked me, are Western allies, are they our allies or our enemies? So I believe as much as African nations navigate these challenges, there's this critical question of whether Western foreigners are our enemies or not. I'd love to say that the answer is actually complex in a way. And on one hand, there are valid criticism of Western interventions in Africa, particularly those that have historically prioritized exploitation over collaboration, and colonial legacies and economic disparities. And interventions, and those interventions are justified under the guise of humanitarian aid that can foster a resentment and perception of Western nations and adversaries. For example, the debate around foreign aid often highlights the dependency that it creates, which to some extent, some people argue that it undermines local governance and development. And on the other hand, not all Western engagement is detrimental. And many Western organizations and other governments are working alongside African nations to address issues such as climate change, public health, and some stuff like education. So I believe that these collaborative efforts, such as global partnerships for education, and even right now, some other countries are giving African nations scholarships. I feel such for African students to continue with their education and advance their countries. I feel such collaborations are really helping Africa in some way. And yes, I'm just as I land, I feel such collaborations are actually enhancing Africa to some extent, and some is not even advancing Africa, because you realize that some African students go forever, they never get to come back to their countries. So as a filmmaker, just as I learned, I feel like film has really emerged as a powerful medium for promoting Pan-Africanism and hence serving both cultural expression and a tool for activism. And I really applaud countries like Nigeria and to some extent Kenya and to a larger extent South Africa, whereby film has been used to, to voice the challenges we go through in Africa and speak for ourselves, and even contributing to Pan-Africanism by the Africans speaking their African languages in their films and selling them to international platform like Netflix. So I believe if Africans could just come together and fix Africa themselves instead of depending on the Western cultures and the Western nations to fix Africa, then we will start moving towards the right direction. Because I believe our leaders have really messed Africa up by, bringing the Western cultures and Western, depending on the Western aid to develop Africa. Because I believe Africa has enough resources to develop itself and stand on itself without depending on the Western worlds. That's my contribution. Thanks for listening.
Thank you very much, Ayo. I wish I had my thoughts structured in a way you do it. I don't know how you do that, but I come for lessons. Eli, we've had very many comments. Would you like to read some of the comments before we go back to David, the suitman? And David, I've been given a link. We have African attire somewhere, so we need to remove our profile photos and change them to the good ones that look African. Eli, read the comments.
Obeds, you are the allow me to say this. You are the house Negro. I'm the field one. You see, I'm in a t-shirt. Na hata sina shida. looks like Kumbukeni has been taking her notes. So you guys rock your t-shirts. You won't have problems here. But anyway, that's on a lighter note. Thank you for joining the conversation. We are talking to Kumbukeni, and Kumbukeni is telling us something about Wana Ubuntu activist. And for this case, we are asking why Africans and why Africa? And why should we continue saying that Africa is a land of opportunities for all of us? And Mother Africa has been looked upon or frowned with other players as a very poor continent. But we don't want to have that conversation. Let's look at your comments and what you're saying this evening. I'm going to go to, this is, Kumukeli says, Law Africa is the company making on Ubuntu clothing in Kenya. So you guys, Lawyer Africa, I think Loy Africa is the wording. Hata hizi majina mna complicate. Sasa tutafanyaje advertisement? Levin, we are very good in analyzing and sharing knowledge, but do we have solutions? I'm hoping you guys can answer to that. But Levin, kindly feel free to share your solutions with us. The mic is open. It's an open mic session. We also have Anna, who is saying, AU has been corrupted to the core. It's not working for intended purposes, not united, not collective in decision making, and worse, have no independent finances. So if we want Africa to unite, Gen Z need to create their own organizations with new structure and their own rules. Why do I hear Ruto in this? When he was globetrotting, telling the European why Africans need to have a fair share of the financial instruments around the globe. But anyway, thank you for that. I do appreciate. Mositano says, by the way, this is just a question. Was Tom Mboya a true Pan-African, considering the fact that he was the white man's favorite and he carried himself as such? Wouldn't he have been a Western puppet? Asks Mositano. I think, Obez, you love reading history. I'll come to you for that. Data activists sharing some information here, and this earlier on. Median age in Africa is the lowest in the world, while the births per women are the highest in the world. Again, Obez and your friends, you're overworking. Africa has the youngest population in the world and the fastest population growth rates in the world. But then again,
But you don't live long enough. That's why we need to give birth to many more.
Do thy words. let's keep focused. Thank you, KD. Did you know that only 8,000 Kenyans control the Kenyan GDP? And to some extent, Kumbukeli talks something about the GDP. But of course, we're talking about the wealth control in our country. It's something you need to look into as we have this conversation. I must say there's a lot of messages coming in. And for some reason, X is marking them as spam for no reason. Iris Issa, who says agents are not are at work again as they are sabotaging the sound as everything is now coming across in very slow motion style as someone is playing around with the pitch of speakers' voices. So, if you are on a laptop device, you want to completely shut down the session and reload the app. That should be able to fix the problem. And for those of you who are experiencing the same, and you are on the app, kindly clear your cache and rejoin the conversation. That should help to fix the problem. For now, I want to cross back to you, the real Joe. I think after giving you the ministerial job as Mr. Green, you can give us a quick remark and then allow the other speakers to proceed with their submissions. To you, Mr. Green.
Thank you, Obed. Thank you, Eli. Actually, don't really think I'm so green. I just decided to paint myself green so that I learn more, and I'm learning. Actually, it's really good having this conversation. And one thing I've heard a lot of speakers say is people talk about tribalism a lot, mostly in our country, and something strange. I find this to be something like neocolonialism in Africa and in our country, because our languages, our cultures, that is our diversity, and in fact that should be our strength. But along the way, someone turned it into our weakness, and then we have to find our way of getting our diversity back to our strength, because diversity is what makes Africa the place to be. I mean, anybody who is out of Africa somehow sees this continent, even if the perception when you are out of Africa. A few friends out of the country, Africa has been painted as a very poor country. There's no internet and things like that. But when they come, they find things are different.
I believe you say Africa has been painted as a poor continent. You are acting like you're white friends. Africa is not a country.
Yeah, Africa is not a. Come on, I stand guided though. But yeah, our diversity should be our strength, and this is something that we need to find a workaround for it. Because if we do, there's nothing else that can be used to divide us. I see a lot of statistics being thrown around Africa. I mean, how many people live below $1? We never used to think about these kind of things. We don't think about living below $1. We always think about the farming that we do, the livestock that we have, and all those that is what we think about as Africans. And it's not even there in so many other countries. But Africa is the diversity is our strength. Let's find a way of getting that, finding a workaround on that, and ensuring that we are able to explore all these strengths, the genetic strength, the genetic diversity, which is the highest in the world, and things like that, so that we can then be able to have this concept of Ubuntu spread all over Africa, because I struggle a lot of times when I go out, when you go out of the continent and you meet Africans, or you meet even Kenyans, you realize that tribalism is only in Kenya. When you're out there, Africans are trying to identify with each other. A Kenyan is trying to identify with a Nigerian, and that is what needs to happen. So that's what we need to find a way of bringing that into our continent, not out of our continent. We cannot do this out of our continent. We need to do it in our continent. Yeah, Eli, that's what I have to say. So I don't know, you had queued some speakers. So Eli, I'll just hand over this back to you.
All right, so this is what we're going to do. I will invite Marabu Stocks, followed by Daniel, and then we'll go to King.
Yeah, Ella, thank you very much. I think we're in a consensus that Solomon was a wise man. So Solomon, in one of his songs, said, "I am black, but comely. O ye daughters of Jerusalem, as the tents of Kedar and the curtains of Solomon. Look not upon me because I'm black, because the sun hath looked upon me. My mother's children were angry with me. and they made me the keeper of their vineyards. But my own vineyard, I have not kept. I think that is the story of Africa. What is happening in America right now? We used to have Pan-Africanists in America, but they have changed. Right now, they are saying that they are foundational Black Americans. And I want you to look this thing up. They're saying that they did not come to America as slaves, that they were Africans in America, right? And this is the thing that I think Obed was asking. Is there a difference between the Africans in Africa and the ones who've been in diaspora? Well, the ones who've been in America have been there for a long time. And right now, they're trying to say that they did not go there as slaves. And why is this so? Because somewhere between the administration, Kamala Harris and Joe Biden had brought something called reparations. And they were supposed to be given some money to those foundational Black Africans. And this thing brought a commotion between the Africans who believe that they are part of the slavery and these Africans who are immigrants. So what is the issue that I'm talking about here? Finance, the money. The Pan-African movement cannot go forward if we depend on other people to finance us. It's all about the economics. It's all about the money. And this is what Marcus Garvey was trying to talk about in 1905, that we need to come up with funding for the African agenda, right? And all these people, like somebody was saying that when you see people go to the climate conference, right now we have the Pan-African Youth Conference, and the children who are on that youth conference are the children of the same leaders we're talking about right now. Who chose them? Nobody knows. The application was in Addis Ababa on a website, hidden. In fact, I was sent the link by one of my brothers and I couldn't believe it. Hidden. Send me the link 2 days before the deadline. So it is something that it has been taken for monetary gain. And us right now, when we're talking about Pan-Africanism, even if we know the history, even if we get the ideology right, but we don't get the finances right, we will go wrong. The same thing some of our upcoming politicians were telling us in Kenya. We need the money. Even in Pan-Africanism, we need the money. As long as we are being funded by our oppressors, we can never sing a different tune. So it's all about the money. The first solution is to find a way to monetize the movement for it to be independent and for it to stand alone and to stand the test of time. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you so much, Marabooks. We need us to finance ourselves. And let's go to the next speaker. I think we had queued in, let me see, my list. Daniel, you have a quick submission before we have the next speaker, please?
Yeah. You tell me when my time is up. I think I want to weigh in on the something that was said way earlier about the AU, and it marries very well with what.
Could you kindly get your mic closer? I would like to hear you audibly.
Yeah. You can hear me now. Can you hear me now?
Daniel, kindly use a GSM. You'll join us after you've changed your device. Kindly. We'll go to David, King David. Good evening.
Good evening too. Thank you for the host, Mizani, and also all other speakers who have spoken ahead of me. My name is David Tuitoek, a member of Enduroi's community in Kenya here, a very minority community, but a passionate advocate for transformative leadership. And I think today I need to put forward my thought when it comes to Ubuntu spirit and also the issues about the Pan-African. One thing, our major challenges are really foreign, because most of us, for example, and I think I accept the challenge like you fronted, my profile speaks, it speaks more of a foreign than an African context. And this is because of the design that we have found ourselves in. I believe, for example, taking Kenya as a typical example, is that the constitution we have here is foreign. Somebody just lifted from somewhere and agree that we try to domesticate just to fit Kenya, which was a very wrong approach, rather than going by the cultural practices by many Kenyans that is tend to be subscribed by many to become the foundation of our Supreme Constitution. So in this case, talk of even the education system that we have found ourselves, it has really literal about our culture. Remember, going by the history written, it was written by somebody else with a control perspective in mind. So one thing I feel, Ubuntu is three things in one. It's a spirit, it's a law, and it's a culture. So the only way we can truly advocate for Pan-Africanism, and I need to thank Kumbukeni, because Mzungu ama the foreigner came and realized that this is a spirit that is going to unite Africa. Na wakatuambia hapana, it's just about doing good. You know, at times you need to pinch somebody, you need to, you know, ruthlessly deal with somebody who is detaching you from your real norm, from your real you. Most of this history written about us had a lot of negative connotation. Most of these foreign things they introduced to us, we think it's an aid because they have packaged Africa as a very poor, disintegrated, they have very weak leadership system, and they are coming to support us. But in real sense, whoever feeds you controls you. They are coming to take away our resources and disfranchise our unity that we had. Remember, most of us as African, most of us, taking an example of our Kenyan, can I call it our cultural? I come from a cultural perspective community. We had a very unique, robust leadership system, cultural system. But somebody came midway and said, you know, whatever you're doing are so evil, and this is what is good. And without even giving it a second thought and ask yourself, come on, why did I start becoming bad? And this is a culture I've been, practicing all through. So the first thing we need to begin is we must go back to our value systems. And this is where I feel, even as Kenyan, for example, before I start saying Pan-Africanism, I need to ask myself, as a Kenyan, what is the defining vision and the value system? We can't say that things that are written in the Constitution is what defines who is a Kenyan and who is a community, who is a society. No, it is by that which is commonly practiced. Not those things that are written. No, it's what do we frequently practice and believe in. And I think that is my first thing. The second is about, can I call it the leadership systems or education systems that we have in place under the spirit of Ubuntu. They are saying, you are because I am. In other words, you can't grow if I'm not growing. And in this case, they are saying there is enough for everyone. If only we have a standardized operation, something that is supreme, that is organic, that is from within us, and it is responsive to our vision, to our needs, and even to our challenges. So I think today I'm so happy when I see this space in terms of the conversation you're talking about and how best do we activate our Ubuntu spirit. So, and as a matter of fact, going forward, if young people wale ambao tumeona that which works for us, if we don't come out boldly, strongly, and firmly, then tunaingia kwa inaitwa can I say a design put by somebody just to continue controlling us. I was even asking somebody the other time, do we all know the essence of AI in place? Do we all know the end results of an AI vis-a-vis our natural creativity? Do we all ask ourselves, as much as we want things to be simplified, do you ask yourself, who is behind this and what is the end game? I think that would be my submission tonight. Thank you for the opportunity, great co-host.
Thank you. I feel ashamed to speak after a king, but then again, a king needs to listen to his people. Thank you for coming, King David. We appreciate your submission. I would love to bring to your attention that soon we'll be coming to the end of the conversation, and therefore we'll not be admitting new speakers. We'll keep the current speakers that are on board. Kumbukeni, thank you also for the grace to stay longer than we had intended to, and we do want to apologize in advance. I'm going to hand over back to Obed, but as I do that, a number of you might be having questions and quick remarks to this. Kindly, we request try to maximize your input to 3 minutes in total. Let's go to Risasi Bandia.
Shukran, Obed. I kind of joined the meeting late, but nevertheless, this is always a very good discussion whenever I see people discussing about Africa. Of course, we always do it in more of a academic context than rather than on a practicality. But nevertheless, it's a good discussion. The fact that we're talking about it, it means that we are always interested about Africa. So I'm always very happy to see those kind of discussions. First of all, I think any discussion talking about Africa can never be said without referring to two keynote speeches. One that was made over 100 years ago by Pixley Kaisaka Kaseme, the son of South Africa, the founding member of the present-day African National Congress. And in his speech, he was very, very clear about what he wanted for Africa, the speech titled Regeneration of Africa. So this is always a textbook, a reference on a conversation about pushing Africa forward. And I find it so relevant on the topic of today because we are talking about modern day African unity. And truth be told, we are not going to have a very political outfit of Africa, and this is purely because of the mistakes or our failure to listen to Kwame Nkrumah in 1963 again on his speech when the OAU was being formed. And Kwame Nkrumah warned each and every African that if we leave this house today and go back to our countries without dissolving the political units that were set up in Berlin during the scramble and partition of Africa, then we'll never have any realistic unity as a continent. And this group, he was strongly supported by other liberators from Egypt, Algeria, Libya, Morocco, Ghana, of course his country. They were famously known as the Casablanca Group. And this group was led by the three gentlemen, Nkrumah, Ben Bella, and Nasser. So if we listen to these guys, we will not find ourselves where we are today. But we never listen to them, of course. We listen to the group of Nyerere, Leopold, the Monrovia group, the ones who believe that, oh, we already have got these tiny little countries, and let's go and integrate as regions, and then later on we can think about coming back as a unit. Of course, the story can be told and told, but we know how we ended up with the dysfunctional EAC, COMESA, the SADC, the ECOWAS of today. So this brings me to how our present day. I think the world has moved on. We can't pretend that we are going to unite without integrating with the rest of the world. Those are the realities. And this is why I always refer to that famous speech by Pixley Kaisaka Kaseme. Because if you look at that speech, he was very cognizant of the fact that Africa doesn't exist in isolation. The world is moving. There's a new technology that is coming up. And therefore, if you have to integrate and make Africa successful, then you have to find a way to work with the rest of the world. And this was very clear, even on his mandate as the first chairperson of the South African Native National Congress, where one of his strategies to regain independence from white-dominated South Africa was, first of all, let me buy land from these people, and then sell them to Black Africans. Another thing was to establish a printing press. We need media to control them. And the success of ANC today can be told and told. As we are speaking today, ANC is still in power. Of course, that is questionable whether they'll be in power for the next couple of years. But my point is, as a continent or as the continent of Africa, we have to look at these examples and see how we can go forward. One of the best examples that I do give is China, Vietnam, and Israel. These are countries, and the reason why I select them carefully is, if I look at Israel, Israel was at the helm of extermination. That is around after the Holocaust. They gathered themselves and realized that things have happened and we have to move forward. China is another good example. When the debate on about issues like climate change was coming up in the early 70s, China was still a poor country. But look at China right now. It's one of the biggest economies. It's one of the most richest countries. And they have done this knowing very well that for us to be taken serious at world stage, we have to work on our own. For China, they don't even care about things like climate change. They are more of let's do what we can do. We can deal with the consequences of climate change. If you look at Africa, Africa's got lots of tapped energy potential in the name of coal, and no one cares about even thinking about it, just out of fear that, oh, we are being told that this is dangerous and we can't move forward with this kind of energy systems, instead of thinking about how can we produce this and still mitigate the impacts. So those are the things that we need to talk about. We need to leverage what is existing. We don't need to follow the route that other countries follow. We have got a golden opportunity to leapfrog with the modern technology. So my plea in this kind of forums is always, let's not work in a siloed process. Let's embrace technologies. Let's see how we can integrate with the existing world and work with the realities of today. Of course, the thinking of Nkrumah still guides how we should go forward, but they are just a template on what we can improve on to make Africa united. And one of the things that I always say, and I will always keep on saying on these places, is
Resasi, you'll have to land.
Good. Okay, I stop there.
Thank you very much. We need to integrate and work with our new reality. Thank you so much for the submission. I hate to cut you off. I need to go to the next speaker. We have Fabish. You have 3 minutes. Kindly try and prosecute your case.
Asante sana Mizani na watu wote wako kwa speaker. Yeah, I'm glad that we are talking of Pan-Africanism. I don't know how many nationalities are we here. Please, if natoka Uganda, Tanzania, just give me 100. South Africa, Nigeria, just give me a thumbs up. Mozambique. Okay, yeah. Oh, I hope it is us Kenyans discussing Pan-Africanism. It is good to embrace Pan-Africanism. We are talking of Africa unity, which it is good, but sometimes we have to live with realities because some things, there are a lot of things, those people that maybe you have been privileged to associate with anyone who is working in the AU, they will tell you there are a lot of challenges, because remember that Africa, we cannot equate ourselves with countries like China. In around 1800, 1885, there was a conference in Berlin that they sat down and start demarcating, and and they come out with the artificial borders. And in those artificial borders, now it yields to a lot of things. It yields to ethnic and cultural diversities. Remember, now we have almost 3,000 ethnic groups, and